I'm seeing attendees now.
So we good to go?
I see 6 attendees. Does that sound right?
Yep, I think we're good to go.
Okay, we're good to go.
All right, I would like to call the meeting to order. I'm in compliance with executive orders N2920 and N3520 issued by Governor Newsom on March 17th and March 21st, respectively. The April 16th board meeting will be conducted via teleconference. Interested parties and members of the public may connect to and participate in the meeting using the following instructions, which are on our website and the posted agenda. Does anyone think I should be reading the details of all of this, the website and the YouTube links? Presumably they're already there.
I think you're good not to read them in detail.
Okay, but if anyone has comments, please use the Google form to submit. The comments will be entered in. If you haven't already entered general comments, will be entered into the written record. But comments under different sections of the board meeting agenda will be read aloud, as long as they're subject to a 3-minute, which I will read those constraints. Any general public comments on non-agenda items must be received by 3:30 today to be read aloud at the board meeting. If a comment is received after public comment is closed, it will be considered written communication and forwarded to the governing board. Comments may not exceed 3 minutes. If a comment takes longer than 3 minutes to read aloud, the remainder will be considered written communication and forwarded to the governing board. Thank you, and I appreciate the public's accommodation of this different format. It's the best we can do, and we are trying to be open, and apologize in advance for any mistakes or miscommunications we have, including attempts by all of us to unmute ourselves before we start talking. So with that said, roll call.
Trustee Neumer. Trustee Monk.
Here.
Trustee Kunzman.
Here.
Trustee Parsons.
Here.
Trustee Snyder.
Here. All right, thank you very much. And on to the flag salute. I do have a guest who is going to be reading the flag salute. Hold on one second, I'm going to switch. So this is my daughter, Allison Snyder. Ready?
I pledge
Allegiance
allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You can go now. Back to home learning. All right, public comment, or sorry, I have a motion to approve for approval and amendment of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
So I have a motion from John Kunzman. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Second from Stephen. Just for audio perspectives, reminder to all board members, if you wish to either vote, just raising your hand is not sufficient. It helps people who would be listening to this just on audio, who might be dialing in, to hear affirmatively anyone's motions or not. Thank you.
I was accidentally on mute.
Yeah, you're intentionally on mute. Everyone has been put on to push to
right.
space
Okay.
bar.
That's right.
So I think except me. So time for public comment. We're going to open up public comment. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the governing board on any items described in this notice or any other issue.
We
In
need
accordance
to
with the
vote
Brown
on
Act.
minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you, John. Michelle, you want to take the roll call for the agenda?
Trustee Neumer.
Peter?
Peter, you need to unmute.
Yeah, I thought I did. Sorry. Yes, I vote to approve the agenda.
Trustee Monk,
Yes, that's fine. Jenna's good.
trustee Kunzman,
Aye.
trustee Parsons,
Aye.
trustee Snyder.
Aye. Thank you. The motion is carried. So on to item B3, public comment. As I was saying, alternatively, this is an opportunity for members of the public to address the governing board on any item described in this notice or other issue in accordance with the Brown Act. Unless an item has been placed on the published agenda, there should be no action taken. The board may, 1, acknowledge receipt of the information, 2, refer to staff for further study, 3, ask clarifying questions, or 4, refer the matter to next board meeting agenda. Given the lack of sort of ability, if we do have clarifying questions, they would be communicated back to the speaker who's turned in the form if they've given us contact information. Again, general public comments on items must be submitted via the Google form on the district website. Comments may not exceed 3 minutes. If a comment takes longer, the remainder will be submitted or considered as written communication and forwarded to the governing board. Michelle, do we have any public comment?
No public comments were received on general public comment.
All right, we will close public comment. Moving on to item B4, remarks and communication. There's an opportunity for community partners listed below to provide an update to the governing board regarding their respective organization. Again, with accordance with the Brown Act, the board may acknowledge receipt, refer to staff for further study, ask clarifying questions, or refer to the next board meeting agenda. We have Jennifer Shapiro representing the Blossom Hill Elementary School Club. Jennifer, please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Okay. I'm Jennifer Shapiro. I'm president of Blossom Hill Home and School Club. The buzz at Blossom Hill is quiet. We are continuing just to finish up, try to wrap up any unfinished business from this year. Our hive was scheduled for this Saturday. That's been canceled, and we are trying to figure out what exactly to do with all of our donations. Many of them are local businesses that we don't feel that we can burden with, using their donation at this time. So we will figure out what we're going to do financially. Luckily, we were pretty good for our one check campaign, and will not have to dip too much into our reserves to cover what the hive would have covered. We're also, we'll be voting on our incoming board members at our meeting in May, and working on our preliminary budget, and we send out our beehive each week with information about Feed Our Heroes, other messages from the district and from Lisa Reynolds, as well as the other thing that we're wrapping up is our yearbook, as they were all supposed to be delivered to the school. Our yearbook chair has gotten Tree Ring to agree to send them to everyone's home if you've already ordered it free of charge, which was a wonderful thing for them to do, so that students will receive their yearbooks. But that's what's going on at Blossom Hill. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that. We have Lainey Haar from the Daves Avenue Elementary School Home and School Club.
Right. Hi, everybody. I'm Lainey, and just a few quick updates. Our auction was also canceled. It was scheduled for this weekend, so we canceled it. We also opted to not have an online auction. Most of our biggest donors are local restaurants and businesses who donated, very generously donated their gift certificates and whatnot. And we didn't want to put any undue burden on them when things lift again. So we decided that we aren't going to hold an online auction, and we'll just hold everything until next year. We are still actively trying to recruit board members and chairs. This has sort of thrown a monkey wrench in it for us, so we're trying to get creative. We're going to have a virtual meeting with some potential chairs and board members next week with our entire board and our principal, and hoping to be able to recruit some good members for next year. We moved our science fair online, so we're going to be having an online science fair where kids are going to be able to submit videos, and we will be showcasing those out on our weekly newsletter. We're also moving our Mom's Night Out that was supposed to happen a few weeks ago online, so we're going to have an online Zoom Mom's Night Out. Dan Snyder will give you more information when we have the date. Let's see, 1 Yard is our online, or not our online, it is now, but it was our lunch and recess enrichment program, and we have moved that online and have modified our contract with Rance, who runs that, but we are doing online videos for all of our kids, 3 different videos for different grade levels, and then a weekly live Zoom with him. So we are happy that we were able to continue to honor his contract and pay him and sort of move his program online. And the last thing, wanted to give a shout out for Mrs. G, our amazing librarian at Dave's. She's holding office hours every day. She does 6 1-hour library sessions where kids can log in on Zoom, read stories, talk about literature, and she does it rain or shine every single day, Monday through Friday for 6 hours. So she's a superstar in my book. And that's all I've got. And I'll mute myself.
Any clarifying questions, or if not, thank you very much. That's really pretty amazing. I think having the PE is a good thing to give our kids activities to keep them active other than walking with me at 6 in the morning. But thank you. Do we have Beth Stark from the Lexington Home and School Club?
Yes. Hi. So so I'm Beth Stark. I'm the vice president at Lexington Home and School Club, and I will be serving as president next year. And we're trying to wrap up this year and make what tentative plans we can for next year. So we also are not having an auction or gala this spring. But because we were so conservative with our budget and our spending this year, we're in good shape, and we'll be fine without the extra revenue. So any plans that we made, we're just holding for next year. We've worked out a tentative budget for next year based on what we know. It's hard to say since so many things are up in the air. We also have the additional variable of expecting a new principal for the fall, and not knowing what that person's priorities will be or how new ideas that person might have. We're trying to be as flexible as possible and have a somewhat tentative budget that allows for any input that our new principal might want to have next year. And that also goes for our calendar. Miss Lauren and I will set our calendar within the next month or so, but, and it'll look much like this year's calendar of events, but understanding that we just don't know what next year is going to look like, what the fall attendance parameters will be, and then also what our new principal might have to say about a calendar and any programs that they might want to change. And we have voted on a slate. So we have our board lined up for next year, and that is being put out to our membership for a vote this month. And so it will be finalized by next month. So that's it. We will have our budget, our calendar, and our slate for next year, and we will just wait to see what happens with the district and going back to school when that can happen. So that's it for us.
Thank you. Appreciate the challenge you face and waiting. If we can help in any way, please come back, let us know, or let Paul know. Lauren, of course, I think always has in the best interest of Lexington and the students at heart. So
absolutely. We're excited to find out who our new principal will be, and we're just looking forward to that process and looking, I'm sure it's going to be, we're all very optimistic. So
I'm sure it's probably part of Paul's update will be, what's going on with the hiring process. And so I'd
Great.
count on that. But thank you, Beth. Does anyone have any questions for Beth? Okay, so thank you, Beth. Moving on to Margot Moore from the Van Meter Elementary Home and School Club.
Hi, good afternoon. So my announcement on behalf of Van Meter Home and School Club is almost identical to the other home and school club presidents. We were the first to, put the hold on our annual fundraiser, which we call the WAG, which was right at the start of all of the shelter in place in mid-March. So we too decided not to move ahead with a silent auction, that it just wasn't appropriate at this time. And we have no plans to do so in the future either. We're just completely putting the kibosh on things there, and we will be fine as well. We are doing newsletters still, but we're keeping our communication purposely to a minimum. We just want our parents and our community to really see most of the communication coming from the teachers and the administration, and not overload them with anything. So we recently, this past Monday, the 13th, communicated in partnership with our community and district, the Feed Our Heroes campaign, which seems to be doing really well. And it's really great to be able to communicate that along with everyone else. We too will have still go ahead with our general board meeting towards the end of May. I believe ours is May 24th we'll do a Zoom meeting, vote by proxy for the new Home and School Club Executive Board and the preliminary budget for next year, which is being worked on right now. And we're doing really well with our recruiting for next year. Most of our board members have stayed in place or moved up to a new position. And we feel really good about how things are going. We don't have to really seek out many new parents to join our board. It's gone quite smoothly, actually, which has been a big relief considering it would be tricky right now. Also, we too, like Dave's Avenue, like Lainey Har said, are working with One Yard. So we're just, I think, about maybe a week behind Dave's Avenue, and we'll be getting One Yard videos out for PE instruction for our students, hopefully by next week. So that's great. And we wanted to continue to pay and support the One Yard as well. And I think lastly, just that we're going to, one way or another, try to get some sort of introduction out there to our kindergarten families, and some sort of orientation effort, working with the teachers and the principal and LGEF, just to introduce ourselves and say hi and keep it simple, so that they receive some news from us by the end of the school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. Any other updates or questions from anyone on that? All right, great. Moving on to RJ Fisher Middle School and Maria Gerst. Maria, are you here?
Can you guys hear me? Oh, great.
We can, yes.
Okay, terrific. So we have a similar update as the rest of the schools. We actually canceled dodgeball, and believe it or not, we're going to make just about as much as we would have if we'd had dodgeball, because very few people asked for a refund, those who participated. What we did was the items that we purchased for raffle for dodgeball, we are using them to raffle to the folks who donated the money into the dodgeball. So we're just going to raffle them off right back to the community. Any of the items that we had left that were gift cards for food, we are trying to figure out a place to donate those. We're thinking of not Second Harvest, but House of Hope. And we were told that we might even be able to put a little message from the board and distribute those out to the community for the people in need. We've done well with fundraising overall this year, so we will be fine next year. We also support Feed Our Heroes, and we were very happy to be a part of that. We are also trying to figure out what to do with our 8th grade celebration as far as the graduates that are going to be coming out of Fisher. So we have touched base with the administration, and hopefully we'll be doing something together with them, as the Home and School Club usually pays for the graduation ceremony. Other than that, we're planning our budget, and we're hopefully get that approved next month. We have all of our board members so far, so we're going to have hopefully a smooth transition. Everyone's sticking with us, so it's been good so far considering the climate we're in right now. I think that's about it.
Well, thank you. I know it's a challenge and for everybody, and for the kids at Fisher, it's having one in 8th grade. It's a even more complex of managing all the different schedules, and so I think it's great that the board's all sticking around and you have a good slate of volunteers. It's quite impressive. So thank you very much. Any
Very
other
nice.
questions from anyone? Okay, thank you. Moving on,
Thank you.
Diana Hill from the Los Gatos Elementary Teachers Association.
My name is Diana Hill. I'm a 5th grade. Sorry. Yep, I should be muted. Good. You guys can hear me, yes? Good. All right. Good evening. My name is Diana Hill. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Van Meter Elementary and president of the Los Gatos Elementary Teachers Association. This indeed is a very unusual way to address the board. And as always, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to provide you with an update. So here I go. Achieve 3000, Clever, Edpuzzle, Flipgrid, Google Classroom, Google Slides, Google Forms, History Alive, iExcel, Kahoot, Marco Polo, MyMath, Poll Everywhere, Quill, Quizlet Live, QuickTime, Reading A to Z, Seesaw, Screencastify, and of course, Zoom. These are just some of the terms that have taken over our daily lexicon since moving to remote learning. And unless you are actually a teacher or in a family with a teacher, you can't have any idea of just how challenging all this is. From the outside, perhaps folks think that teachers have it easy right now. I mean, we're not standing in front of our students for 7.5 hours a day. No, we're not. We're actually getting up early, staying up late, working in the wee hours to develop content, post content, learn something new every day, connect with students, and then there's email. But wait, there's a text coming in from a colleague wanting to Zoom. And yeah, we're all providing just-in-time curricular support, tech support, and most important, emotional support. This is hard, probably harder than any teaching learning experience any of us have had before. But I'm not complaining. None of us are really. In fact, it's the challenge. Incredibly, we're all working together, tossing this, catching that, and all for the good of the children and their families. And Team LGUSD has never been stronger. This afternoon, I'd like to make a point to acknowledge the exceptional collaboration we've experienced at all levels in our organization. This district is exceptional, really. We're particularly impressed with the district leadership, especially the expansion of serving meals, Chromebook and hotspot distribution, a focus on social emotional learning of students and teachers, and so much more. And since the closure, Paul and Marla have been meeting weekly with LGETA leadership, and we feel that they're really listening to teachers' questions, ideas, and concerns. And while we do have concerns about classroom management in this new online live connection format with Zoom, just as you, the board, are being careful with the security protocols, we're hoping that our students and families will rise to the challenge and utilize this time as an opportunity to connect and identify strengths and needs and not disrupt the teaching learning environment. I would be remiss if I didn't also point out that teachers are juggling our real lives. Quite a few of us have families with small children or teenagers, and we're creating a semi-private workspace from spare rooms or garages, multiple Zoom calls a day, and doing our best to balance it all. And parents are perhaps for the first time homeschooling and parenting, and the two just aren't an easy mix. So first and foremost, I hope that we all have empathy and patience for each other and lead with kindness. And I wish you all health and balance. Thank you.
Diana, thank you very much. It's really my own experience and having my own kids. It's pretty amazing just contemplating the work that's being done by our teaching staff to master a whole new set of tools, and all their material is being trapped in their classrooms, sort of making it up on the fly. I won't say making it up, learning new skills on the fly and different ways to interact is it's amazing to me. And thank you to all the teachers, because I know the work that Arcia and others have had to put in. And that's just sort of giving you the tools to almost relearn teaching all over. So it's amazing. Did anyone have any questions or clarifying questions? Thank you, Diana.
Thank you.
We have no one from the Los Gatos Union Classified Employees Association, but so we'll move.
Dare I say, I think we might have lost our board president for a few moments.
Is that what happens when we see the school logo?
No, that's not Dan. That's our
That's what
host.
happens when Dan disappears from the screen.
Okay, we're trying to locate him.
Are we going to continue with the, there was no one from classified?
There's no one from classified. Stephen, you want to just take us on to the next one?
Sure, the next then would be the Los Gatos Education Foundation. Is there someone from that?
I'm Karen Briones, and I'm here to give the update. Deborah Weinstein wasn't able to attend this evening. Hopefully you can hear me. So I have two things to report from LGEF. One is their general update, and the other is on the Feed Our Heroes program. So the LGEF update, Deborah writes, as reported at the last board meeting here, LGF reached their fundraising goal for the year. They now have exceeded their goal as of March 31st with 98% collected. Typically in March, they begin their, March and April, they begin their planning mode for next year's campaign. April's meeting to review the community campaign MOU has been delayed for now, as well as the May strategic planning meeting. LGF has had speakers at April and May events across all campuses, like music, dance, art, STEAM, and so forth. They use those events to thank donors, showcase what their investments have brought the students and the families, and introduce how LGF collaborates with Home and School Club and the Music Boosters. They had planned to recruit student speakers for all 5th grade and Fisher events this year, but after the big success of the student speaker at the December music concerts, they're going to save that idea for next year. In lieu of thanking the community in person, they are creating a thank you video that will now be sent to parents. The major donor program for next year is coming together. LGF wants to thank Courtney Monk and Peter Neumer for their input already. In particular, thank you to Courtney for connecting us with Karen Toasty, I'm not sure I said that right, from the Tech Museum, who has had some fantastic ideas. And Regina Barheit, the LGF president for the last 2 years, has stepped up to lead and orchestrate the major donor program for next year, in addition to her role as parliamentarian. And they'll collaborate with each of the home and school clubs, and the campus captains will take a more active role in outreach next year. They've had great success with the Feed Our Heroes campaign. So this idea began when one of the business sponsors and a major friend of the district, Andrew Ferguson from UBS, offered to step up to help the medical community in this COVID-19 crisis. What he really wanted to do was to do something positive to bring hope and optimism to the community. Concurrently, the major donor lead, Nick Goddard, suggested LGF to do something to help promote and support the downtown business community who really supports our schools. Within a few hours, Paul Johnson contacted me, asking me to connect with my husband, Dr. Richard Briones, who works out of Good Samaritan Hospital, to see if there was a way that we could support the staff during this crisis. And Feed Our Heroes campaign began with the idea of providing end of shift meals to our healthcare workers. LGF is thrilled to be leading this project and bringing the education community together. So who's the team? There's a small but mighty team that we're meeting weekly. often daily, to kind of pull this together. So thank you to Ryan Rosenberg, who's managing marketing. He is the marketing wizard here in the community. I'm helping to coordinate some of the marketing along with anything dealing with the school district and any kind of educational outreach, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Kobe Bennett is working on the donations, billing, and payment. Deborah's kind of our overall project manager, and she also coordinates all the restaurant relations and the delivery logistics. It's a family affair, so I've recruited my daughter, Christina Briones, to manage the social media, and she's doing a great job on Facebook and on Instagram, which can be found at Feed Our Heroes LG on those platforms. And then we have a phenomenal photographer, Erica Weinstein, who's helping us gather all of our photos for that. So officially, the campaign launched on April 2nd with an email from Paul Johnson. Since that time, and Kobe sent me an update around 3:30 today, we've raised $52,606 towards a $75,000 goal. So we're around $22,000 to that goal. And that goal is to provide meals, one meal daily to the staff at Good Samaritan. And next week, deliveries will begin to El Camino Hospital. The goal is to provide meals until the end of school, which is June 4th. The donations are coming in from individuals to businesses and actually from all over the US. Some are prior LGEF donors, some are new to donating to LGF, and some also are donating to LGF at the same time as they're donating to Feed Our Heroes. And I know that many of you have donated, so thank you. And a lot of our staff, teachers have donated also. So it's been an impressive outreach. The true success of the campaign has been much more than delivering the crucial end of shift meals and support for our restaurant community. So it's kind of two prongs here. We're supporting healthcare workers and our local business community. The big success for LGEF and our school community has been that Feed Our Heroes provided a way to bring our entire education community together to jointly focus on something positive. So LGEF reached out and gained partnerships with all of our home and school clubs, and I heard them all mention Feed Our Heroes this evening. Los Gatos High School Principal Christy Grasty did some outreach. The Los Gatos High School Home and School Club, along with their foundation, the New Millennium Foundation. In addition, we partnered in collaboration with the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce and are jointly reaching out to our community in partnership with their project, which is Feed the Need Bay Area. We've also reached out to the town of Los Gatos and have their support. LGF sees this as a successful joint community service project as the first step or preview of what's to come for a One Community campaign. Well, LGF is the fiscal sponsor and they have created a separate restricted account for this. So they've been able to manage the campaign and also kind of use it as a dry run to see how they would run a joint community campaign with multiple partners. Lastly, the connection to our students and our district's mission statement, especially the service above self, has been one of the most exciting parts of this special community service campaign. LGF is excited to have a project that brings together our students and our teachers and our parents. As Paul stated in his email, this has been a great opportunity to teach students to put others above themselves by honoring and taking care of our healthcare heroes, those most vulnerable, and local businesses right here in Los Gatos. And today, or no, actually, that was yesterday, I'm sorry. Our first set of thank yous went out into the meals. So Mr. Joannity's class submitted some thank yous for healthcare workers. And we've printed those on stickers that are now being attached to the meal boxes that get delivered to the hospitals. And that began yesterday, so we had another round of thank yous go out today. So there are 9 deliveries weekly, and Deborah's been able to work to find 9 restaurants to support this program, and each restaurant's handling 1 meal delivery per week. So there's more information at feedourheroes.org. And they've been working really closely. The chamber has been very helpful and coordinating the restaurants, helping us recruit drivers. And starting next week, there'll be a sign up, or maybe even tomorrow, but definitely by next week, a sign up form. They'll be looking for drivers to help deliver meals beginning next week. So that's kind of the update from LGEF. And I can answer questions probably about Feed Our Heroes, but not LGEF's fundraising. But anyway, that's my update.
Karen, has there, or I'll let anyone else who has questions first. No? Okay. Karen, has there been any challenge coordinating Feed Our Heroes versus the Chamber's Feed the Need?
Deborah reached out to Catherine Summers and the other parent volunteer that's working on that, Stephanie Nelson, who runs House of Hope. So there really hasn't been any kind of a challenge in terms of mixed messages. We've really done a good job at working together to come up with a united message for that. And they've been very helpful in helping us get out the gate kind of in coordination. So right now, not really a challenge for that, more of a support system that's going on.
That's great. And Stephanie Nelson, of course, I believe was a home and school club president for Fisher, I'm sure of, and then the high school. She is one of the past super volunteers and an amazing person. Actually helped make deliveries of meals for House of Hope. So
yeah.
If anyone's looking for activities, that is a great way to help our community and those who are underserved, either people who are trapped, low income, any number of ways that our community. But Karen, thank you, especially to you and LGF and all the home and school clubs that have supported this. I think it's a great way of bringing our community together and really sort of giving a lot of people a way to support others through, and particularly our restaurants who are really hurting. I know some of them are my friends and they've really appreciated this effort too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, the superintendent's update.
Okay, first I wanted to mention that the Feed Our Heroes campaign would have not happened without the Briones family. And so a big thank you to Karen and Rich and their daughter Stephanie. It's really been a family effort. And it's super gratifying to have the entire community on one page. The Chamber of Commerce, the high school with all of the schools, all of the home and school clubs in Los Gatos, having joint messaging going out, and it truly feels like a united community, a one community campaign. And I want to thank Andrew Ferguson for bringing this up, because a lot of those planning meetings and meeting with the COO at Good Samaritan happened right at the beginning of the school closures. And this got off the ground. And I think it was a good reminder of the importance of holding on to hope at a time like this. And LGEF rocks. Their whole team, the way that they've been pulling this together, Deborah Weinstein and the whole team, and Ryan, the way that they've, Kobe, the way they've been able to pull this together has been just miraculous. It's amazing what's happened. And one thing that I wanted to mention is that at the very last board meeting in March, you adopted as a board the new strategic plan, which included a new mission statement. And that mission statement reads, the Los Gatos Union School District will provide equitable learning opportunities to educate all children to their unique potential by teaching, modeling, and supporting the skills and attitudes that contribute to their development as globally and socially responsible citizens, demonstrating stewardship and service above self. So little did we know that the next day, after an emergency meeting, that schools throughout Santa Clara would be closed that Monday. Little did we know that the service above self, we were being thrust out into that into fulfilling part of our mission statement. And this was a perfect example, and hundreds of examples from the teaching staff and our support staff in the district. And also part of that mission statement is equitable learning opportunities for all children. And that's something that we've been reviewing and trying to abide by, especially as we roll out remote learning. I wanted to just share a few thoughts from a Zoom all staff meeting that we had. So we had the board meeting on in March on a Thursday evening. Friday, the tsunami kept happening, and the messaging went out to the parents about closing school for 2 weeks. And that next Wednesday, we met as a staff on an all district Zoom call with about, I believe it was 240 on this call. And just a couple of thoughts from that. First is the belief that adversity brings out the best in people. In other words, what silver linings can we discover throughout this crisis? And there is not a better group of people than the LGUSD staff, as Diana Hill referred to, Team LGUSD. She said, "We have never been stronger." And it's really been quite remarkable what the team has done coming together. And it's been very humbling, to be honest with you, because it's an enormous challenge for educators to be able to move a one-to-one person enterprise and system online. Educators, we're all bleeding heart people, wear our heart on our sleeves. We like to be around people. That's why we got into the profession. And to abruptly move that entire system online has been very anxiety filled and stress laden. But I am completely amazed at what the staff has accomplished and continues to look at on a daily basis as we seek to solve problems. I wanted to just mention a few things before I comment more on what we're doing in response to remote learning and the future. First is a thought on the strategic plan. We have a new vision and mission statement. We have our student success profile. And the strategic plan doesn't all cost money. Yes, we will need some new funding to bring about the strategic plan, but the vision and direction of the school district is intact. And so we're moving forward with the strategic plan. We may need to recheck some of the areas, especially as we analyze our finances and look and see what the outcome of the economy ends up being. But my thoughts are to continue to move forward with the strategic plan on the things right now that might not require new funding. And there's lots of things in the strategic plan that just set a new course and a direction for the district that was based on the entire input of the community, the teaching staff, the parents, the business community, and so forth. So I just wanted to mention that. A little bit of a HR position update. Marla and I are going to be starting this next week to meet with Fisher teachers and also Fisher parent leadership to receive feedback on desired principal attributes of a new principal at Fisher. And so that is in place, and the position is being advertised. And so it will involve a collective input from the Fisher community. In regards to the Lex principal position, districts have just had to, they've gone into new territory, and HR is one of those new territories. And so For the assistant superintendent position and the Lex principal position, I did intro Zoom calls with prospective candidates. It's a little bit different than what we do usually, but we are in the process of setting up interviews for both of those positions. They will be on Zoom, and we have good candidates. So I just wanted to mention that as an update. I wanted
on the interviews, Paul. In the past, you've often done at some point in that group panel interviews of parents, teachers. Have you thought about that for this these hires as well?
Yes, and so the Lex principal and the Fisher principals will have a wide stakeholder interview panel. And we already have actually our first Lex interview set up that will include parent and teacher leadership and so forth. So yes, we're basically taking what we typically do and moving it onto Zoom is what we're doing. This was just a little kind of a precursor to reach out to candidates, especially when the hiring for a lot of school districts has come to a stop as they deal with the school closures. I wanted to mention that we empathize with everyone's unique situations in the district. And it's really been an enormous challenge to move, as I mentioned, our entire learning system online and to do it in an equitable way. Every family has a different situation. Some families have members who have been furloughed or have been laid off. Parent jobs, some parent jobs are on the line and working out of home. And you put on that our entire student population participating in remote learning at the kitchen table. And there's definitely challenges, and I think we need to be empathetic to all that are involved, our families and our staff. This evening, you're going to hear reports from all of the district departments describing an overview of the district's response to remote learning and the school closures. And we've discussed as an administrative team that with typical presentations, an outline would be to mention our successes and our challenges. And we've been talking in the last couple of days about this, and to be honest, it's all been a challenge in rolling this out. And so just to keep that in mind as a lens tonight when we're looking at the different reports. So what is coming in the future? There is a lot of uncertainty with how school will be reopened, depending on what the public health parameters will be. But considering the governor's comments and what some of the news reports are from countries in Europe that are reopening schools, it appears that social distancing requirements will be in effect. And we will need to look at things like modified schedules and to really fine tune our safety procedures and so forth. And what I would suggest as a school district is that we launch a special task force comprised of board representatives and our stakeholders, and that we develop a plan and options to reopen school in the fall. And we may have 3 different options, or we may have 4 different options. All I can tell you is that this has been an exercise in problem solving and change, and from one week to another. But I do believe we have 7 weeks of school left until June 4th, that we should put this task force together. I'd like request a couple of board members to help with that. It will include our unions and our administrative staff and stakeholders. and that we come up with a viable plan for the fall, and one that is not put together in the summer months as a reactive plan. That we put together some solid options for what we are going to do in the fall, because it does not appear from preliminary information that we will start school as normal on the school calendar, or as normal with a typical start to the school year. And so we want to work up the best possible start for our district students. There's about 3,000 kindergarten through 8th grade students. So I'd like to propose that and mention that this evening as a suggestion. And that is, I wanted to.
Paul, hey, this is Peter,
Yes.
just to jump in real quick. Not to leap to the head of the line, but I'd be happy to volunteer for that task force if you're looking for board members. I mean, I'll defer to other folks to respond on that, but I do think that that's a critical initiative. And I mean, like you said, it wraps, it relates to the effectiveness of our education, the education we deliver, the experience the kids have, the health and safety of everybody involved, teachers and kids. And so I think it's important that we get that right. I mean, it's interesting to see how that goes, right? Some of this is of what we choose to do is going to depend on what some of the guidelines are for, the US getting back to work. But yeah, I agree with you. If we can get ahead of the curve on that, that'll be better.
Yeah, that'd be great. I did want to show, if I can, I'm going to try to do this on a screen share here. Okay. So I did want to share a few photos. Usually in my superintendent's report, I talk about classroom visits, and this is our nurse, Sheila. And I believe Thomas, our director of maintenance and operations, was going to address this in his presentation with the donation of the gloves. And so I'll leave that to Thomas. But I wanted to, okay. This is a reality in the school district. Tim and Arcia on their computer monitors, running CIA meetings, grade level team meetings, professional development. This is the new reality, our administrative team on Zoom. This
I'm not
is
seeing any screen share.
Oh, you're not seeing any screen share?
Nor am I.
Okay. Okay, let me. Okay, well, that's really unfortunate because I had a great photo of one of our teachers, Heather Keating. She's a 7th grade history teacher with her husband, John. He was sitting at the kitchen table, their daughter, Ella, who's a kindergartner at Van Meter. And she was doing her lessons for kindergarten. John's on his computer, he's in IT. Heather is managing her teaching with Fisher students in history. And it was a little snapshot, I'm sure, into the American situation with just this incredible balancing act. But I did have some shout outs to our staff, and I don't know why that didn't come on, but we'll leave that to another meeting. Are there any questions from board members?
Paul, with regard to the hiring stuff, did you mention Matt and Fisher at all or no? I don't remember.
Yes. So next week, Marla and I are meeting with all of the Fisher teachers and also with parent leadership. Marla sent out in fact, Marla, would you mind talking about our feedback form?
Yes. I think it was yesterday or the day before I sent out a Google form with various questions on there for to give us an idea of the attributes and characteristics that the Fisher staff and parent leadership would like in their new principal. Very similar to the exercise that we did at Lexington before all this happened in February. We did it in person with poster paper. So the same types of questions were asked of the Fisher staff. We'll compile all that together. We'll look at the Google Forms, and that will help inform us for our small group discussions next week. When we meet with all the departments, parent leadership, and classified staff as well. So we'll try to get everybody into the picture there and be able to really get input before we compile a profile for the principal. And then we hope to have that up and out in the world by next Friday. And in our EdCal, which is our publication for administrative positions, by Monday, the 27th.
Okay, so the job's not been posted yet. You're going to do all this work for the profile first.
That's correct. So
Okay.
that folks get input before we compile that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it seems we're a little, normally this would be a little bit on the late side for the hiring cycle, right?
Yeah.
But given the pandemic issues, I'm sure we're more, in the thick of the hunt for principals and administrative changeover and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think we're in the thick of the hunt, and I believe a lot of positions for many school districts are even going to be pushed into June this
Wow.
year, just because of all the changes.
yeah, that's what I've heard from HR groups that we've Zoomed with, that many of them are putting some of their positions on hold until they are able to navigate this new way of doing things. But if you'll remember 2 years ago when we went out, we didn't even have interviews till almost the end of June. So,
Right. No, I know.
yeah, so not to worry, I have confidence.
John, you had a question?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment. I'm sure you have no shortage of volunteers for your task force, Paul, but I would be delighted to throw my name into the hat. If you would need me, I would love to serve.
Well, I think what I'll do is I'll work with Dan as board president, and we'll get that set up, and I'll be reaching out with updates. But that's something that's going to start here in the next short order.
Courtney, do you have any questions?
I'm good, thanks.
Stephen?
No, thanks.
All right, I guess we are done. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Marla, for the update on your part too. Moving on to the consent agenda. We have information concerning consent items listed below have been forwarded to each board member prior to the meeting for study. All items on the consent agenda will be approved with one motion, which is not debatable and requires unanimous vote for passage. If any member of the board, the superintendent, or the public so requests, an item shall be removed from the section and placed on the regular order of business following approval of the agenda. Did we have any comments or requests from the public, Michelle?
As of right now, there are no comments.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the agenda or any comments or requests to change?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I have a
I'll
motion
second.
from John and a second from Courtney. Sorry, Peter, you gotta unmute. Is it ready for a vote?
Trustee Neumer,
Aye.
trustee Monk,
Aye.
Trustee Kunzman,
Aye.
trustee Parsons,
Aye.
trustee Snyder.
Aye. Yeah, absolutely approved. Thank you very much. Moving on to section D, objectives, student wellness, academic. Anyway, this is the educational services remote learning update.
Okay, I suppose I will be starting the presentation today on our educational services remote learning initiatives that happen very quickly. Next slide, please. This is our agenda for this presentation. We're going to talk a little bit about district access, our remote learning initiative, phase 1, 2, and 3, the professional development that we've had for teachers and for all staff, some technology updates, student services initiatives, and what we've done for the staff in light of the pandemic and what has been going on. Next slide, please. So before I begin with this slide, I just want to say that this is first and foremost a health crisis, and we discuss it sometimes as an educational crisis because that is our field. And we're fortunate to be among the population that is gainfully working in our area of passion. So I just want to say that as we go through the presentation, because much of our presentation will deal with health and wellness of everybody, staff, students, community. And I think that as we go through this presentation, we should look at it in light of that. With that said, we still have to do business around the district. So beginning on Monday, March 30th, the district launched an electronic enrollment process. And what this means is that because our district office was closed, we could no longer take enrollments in person. So what we decided to do was we decided to take all our forms and make them writable online. And we did that. And now new people to the district will go online and they will fill out the forms and they will download it to the email address that you see on the screen. And so far we have had 11 new students in the first 10 days of this process enroll. And what this seeks to do is to help us know how many students will be enrolling in the district, both at the middle school and elementary, and it helps us for staffing purposes. So it went surprisingly very smoothly. Some challenges with everything are that there are many documents that we need to share, health documents and these kinds of things. So for verification purposes and sharing, those are some of our challenges, but we're working through those. And another challenge is really, we were just in the midst of doing some verification for residency. And we've put that on hold for now because it's very difficult to do that in an online fashion. And so before I turn it over to the rest of the Ed Services team, I really want to thank the team for working together to respond to a wide variety of topics, issues, challenges, and needs that have been moving quickly in these unique times. We are so fortunate to have an Ed Services team of the caliber that we have, and I thank them so much. Next slide, please. Arcia will begin to talk about our remote learning program, and you will see our little quote from Fred Rogers. Constancy of care, perhaps that's all we can hope to find. That doesn't change, but what a lot that is. So that's from Fred Rogers. And Arcia, I turn it over to you.
Did anyone have any questions for Marla before we move on to Arcia? Just clarifying questions.
Marla, have we had any new students show up, not for enrollment for next year, but just new, like they
Yeah.
just happened to move here.
In fact, we've had 2 students, and so we did our online process, and we keyed in with the principal, and the principal just pretty much the same routine that we normally do, assigned to a teacher, called up the parent, welcomed them, teacher welcomed the child in the remote learning Zoom fashion, and on board. So yes, we did too.
Thank you, Marla.
You're welcome.
All right. Is it my turn?
It is.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you, Marla. Good evening. I want to start off by saying, you know, the remote learning, nobody really asked for this. This is far from ideal. I personally would give anything to have our kids back and to see their faces again. And we will in due time. But it has been traumatic for many of our students, many of our parents, many of our educators, and it has not been easy. But all of that said, this is the hand that we've been dealt, and our response has been nothing short of inspirational. And I've been kind of nervous all day, and I don't normally get nervous for these things. It's because I'm a little emotional by how this team has responded to this crisis. And I personally have never been prouder to be part of this organization, and to see how people have come together and shown their best selves and put maybe some of our little differences aside on behalf of this community and these kids. Like I said, I'm proud. So we can go to the next slide with that. I kind of touched on this here. One of the biggest challenges of this whole thing was how quickly we had to pivot. It seemed like we were cruising along, and then within a day or two, we were remote, and we didn't have a ton of time to prepare for that. And our teachers had a wide variety of tech skills, but when they're live with kids, even teachers that had limited tech skills were exceptional live with kids. But that was taken away from our teachers, and how quickly we were able to turn and to go to this platform, it's pretty amazing. Like what was said before, we've collaborated at all levels of the organization better than we ever have. Teacher to teacher, teacher to site administrator, district office to teachers, just across the board. Like I said, it's been amazing. And I asked our teachers when we were at that very first CII meeting, I asked our teachers, please don't leave any of your colleagues behind. We have to do this together. And everyone has answered the bell to a person. And I do want to reiterate that. So the collaboration has been beautiful. The response has been timely and student-centered. And I think with that, we can go to the next slide. So when at a moment's notice, it felt like we had to shut down schools. I asked every teacher to submit 5 lessons so that we could build a website and to buy ourselves time to bring ourselves up to speed and to shift everything over to this new way. When this first started, we didn't know how long it would last. We thought, okay, a couple days, we'll be back. That's why, but we asked for those 5 lessons to buy ourselves time. And during that time, we really hit the professional development hard, and our teachers and all staff responded. By that Wednesday, while many of us had never had a Zoom call before, we had 250 people on a Zoom call district-wide. Now, when we found out, okay, this is going to be a little longer than what we thought, probably through spring break, we brought phase 2 into play, and we made social emotional connection a priority, which we always have in this district, which has made me again why I wanted to work here. We've always put social emotional needs first, and we did it again with phase 2. We just wanted our teachers to connect and reassure our kids that everything was going to be okay and reestablish some sense of normalcy. And we were able to do that. All the while, we were getting information rapidly, like that these closures were going to last longer than even through spring break. We had to make this work for the end of the year, through the end of the year, maybe longer, as Paul alluded to. So we had to start making a plan for phase 3. So how we were going to keep social emotional learning at the forefront, but bring the academics back in a stronger, more robust way. And that led us to phase 3. And I'll describe that a little bit here. Phase 3 at the middle school level has a course check-in day for each day of the week. A different content area checks in with the kids live. Again, social emotional first. And then each teacher is providing office hours 3 times a week for kids to come in and get feedback, to get supported social emotionally, or whatever else might be the case, get some feedback on some work they've turned in. All the while, our middle school probably had an easier time with the remote learning because they were all fairly well trained on Google Classroom and our Google platforms. At one point, they were all certified Google instructors. So they were comfortable, more or less, delivering content, exercises, and assignments through the Google Classroom, and that all continued. At the elementary level, phase 3, again, continued with the 4 times a week Zoom check-ins, which are incredibly cute, by the way. And we added we made the content individualized. So at first we had a centralized Google Classroom for all 3rd graders, all 4th graders, all 5th graders. We went to individualized Google Classrooms. We're going to Monday for phase 3, individualized Google Classrooms and individualized Seesaw accounts for every teacher to do their own class again, and to individualize the content and curate the content for their own classes. We're asking each of them daily to put in, this is K5, to put in at least one asynchronous video, instructional video, in addition to curating content from other sources, Khan Academy, and a million other places. So this has been going on. This will be going on starting Monday. All the while, the amounts of professional development that our teachers have engaged in has been incredible, because they all had to come to, we had no choice. We all had to get up to speed fast for the kids. We also, had to support parents, and on our website, we kept the website going the whole time for resources for parents, for those additional lessons, for deeper learning if parents wanted more than what they were getting through the Seesaw and the Google Classroom. We can go to the next slide. We had to identify specific platforms and tools that we were going to feature, because it's overwhelming what's out there. So we had to narrow in and zoom in, excuse the play on words there, on what was going to be most effective for us. And we had to make that evaluation quickly and bring people up to speed fast. So for the K2, we identified Seesaw as the best platform for delivering instructional materials to kids of that age. Our tech director, Tim Landek, I'm going to call him Landek Damas. We actually started this year with a full release day. K1-2 featuring this exact platform before we knew any of this was going to happen. And then it became relevant. So we had that base that really helped us with this transition. And of course, the learning curve was steep still. Zoom, we identified Zoom as the best platform. While it had some, we've discovered some security concerns. We've addressed those with more professional development, and they've also improved their platform. Screencastify, we identified as a way to record instructional videos. And I say asynchronous, we identified that as the best way to go for our kids to increase access. If you have an asynchronous video versus a live video, a kid can access it at any time. So if mom and dad aren't able to be with them at a certain time because of their work call, they could do it later, or they need the device, or they need the network bandwidth. The asynchronous video increased access, in addition to many other measures we took to ensure access for kids, which was also at the forefront of our mind.
Hey, Arcia, sorry if you don't mind, just a quick clarifying question.
No problem.
I'd not heard of Screencastify before this. Is it just for video production, or is it also a site where the videos get posted? Or do they use Screencastify and then put them on Google Classroom or something like that?
They use Screencastify and put it on Google Classroom to record, and it syncs up with Google Classroom. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tim. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right. We can go to the.
Sorry, I had a question.
No problem.
Sure. The Screencastify, that is a one where that's the teacher speaking. So by recording a video, they're recording in essence just themselves. There's no student interaction being recorded. So we don't have that privacy issue, and even if is it all behind a login, Google Classroom? Is it secure that way?
It's just the teacher recording themselves, and that's the asynchronous part. We still have our live check-ins for follow-ups and all that stuff, but the instructional piece, a lot of teachers are using this Screencastify. So no, there's no security concerns there with kids on that. We good for the next slide?
Okay. I'll start here with echoing what people have said thus far, which is totally impressed with how LGUSD teachers, staff, administrators have really come together and just done a fabulous job, way beyond expectations of bringing so much curriculum online and really paying attention to the details along the way. We've come an incredibly long way over this time. One of the things that we started off with immediately, kind of jumped in, that most people did not even know the name of, was Zoom. And as Arcia had indicated, there were some issues with Zoom, and we learned about them very quickly. And as part of that, we very quickly started doing some professional development for teachers, so that we could show them how to set up their Zoom meetings to prevent unauthorized access, to prevent people from sharing screens that aren't supposed to be sharing screens, things of this sort. And I think we've done a good job of getting to that point, but it was very challenging at first. And so some of the things that we put into place is enabling a waiting room. So when teachers start a Zoom meeting, then they actually have to click to allow each person to come in individually. And so you're not going to get somebody who's unauthorized to be in that room. Requiring a password as well has been very useful, and disabling screen sharing or annotation. So only the teacher can share their screen, or if they want, they can allow somebody else to share their screen. So those have been some settings that we've changed and to make it more secure. With professional development, wow, we have come a tremendous distance with professional development. When we started off, as Arcia was saying, we started by having a
Tim, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
With Zoom, why did we choose Zoom over Los Gatos High School's choice of Google? I mean, they seem to still have problems. My high school child gets notices, if this meeting goes awry, please exit. Is that not an issue, or what? I mean, I'm assuming you had some discussions, or maybe not, but is there any insight as to why they didn't choose Zoom?
Well, actually, we are also using Google Meet, and that's mostly used at Fisher at this point. instead of Zoom. It kind of is up to the teacher at this point. Some teachers were already familiar with Google Meet. I think they're very comparable in a lot of ways, Meet versus Zoom. We basically started with Zoom and did a lot of training on it, and then were able to adjust it so that it was secure. And at that point, changing to Google Meet didn't seem to make a lot of sense, being that Google Meet had similar issues and would involve training a whole bunch of people. So really, they're very similar as platforms, and both have some issues, and both are viable. So we basically use both. It's up to the teacher. Okay, and so with professional development, part of Zoom, for example, bringing a lot of teachers on up to speed in areas that they've not been exposed to before. We had so many different topics. We wanted to throw out a whole bunch of things. Oh, well, there's this app, and you could use that one, and realized quickly that we could very quickly overwhelm people. So as Arcia shared earlier, we identified some specific apps and specific tools for teachers to use to meet their curricular goals. And that's the tools that we ended up doing our professional development on. We started off by creating an IT resources website. And you've heard mention of the remote learning remote learning website. So this is different. This is a website that's only inside LGUSD, so only teachers can access it. So it's in our intranet, you might say. And this is where we post all of our PD sessions, list them, and we also put the links for people to access them, thereby making it a little bit more secure, those links. And we also put all of our remote learning resources. So this is a one-stop shop for all of our teachers to get digital resources that they can utilize with their curriculum. We also started very quickly doing professional development sessions. Most of these sessions are being taught by Los Gatos teachers, which is fabulous. Most teachers enjoy learning from their peers, and these teachers know these tools really well and are excellent teachers because they're teachers, and are enthusiastic about sharing the tools. So we've been doing at this point 5 PD sessions a week, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And we've been getting between 25 and 50 people, teachers, showing up to these professional development trainings, and which is fabulous. And if you look back just 5 months ago, for me to get 25 teachers to voluntarily show up to a professional development training was a challenge. And so this has been really fabulous. Teachers are hungry to get more information. They really want to enhance the instruction they're doing, and so they're very motivated to come to these sessions. We also have tech office hours, which have been very successful. We started off the bat, we were doing them every day, then we did them 3 days a week, and now we're down to 2 days a week, where it's basically a set time that any teacher K-8 can show up. They zoom into the meeting and ask questions. Today I was helping somebody configure some software on their computer. We are also have time to just kind of talk about methodology and different ways that people are trying to digitize their curriculum. So it's a great opportunity for some live support. Speaking of live support, I have to give a tremendous shout out to my team, and that would be Claudia Cruz, Matt Mulliken, and Kim McNulty, who have just done an amazing job of taking what we normally do, of taking somebody's computer, bringing it into the shop, working on it, transferring data, giving them another computer, a physical, a one-to-one, face-to-face, and making all of that remote and utilizing the tools that are available. They zoom into people's computers and we'll configure them remotely. We're using the help ticket system and responding to tickets, and we are really addressing so many of the technical support issues that people have been experiencing. So that's been fabulous, and my team has just done an amazing job of that. And just another shout out, they're also the backbone of this presentation right now, of what's going on right here, and really done a great job of organizing this. So we also have been dealing with Chromebook loaners, which I'll tell you a little bit more about in a moment, teacher laptops, and wireless hotspots. So these are all things that we've been supporting over the past month plus. The next thing I want to share with you is having to do with a particular platform. We basically have two platforms you probably have heard of or might be familiar with, Google Classroom. Well, we have Google Classroom, as RC was explaining, in 3rd through 8th grade at this time, in all phases of the professional development. But we introduced early in the year a platform called Seesaw, which is more geared towards primary grades. And Seesaw is similar to Google Classroom in that it can be a portfolio for students to showcase their work. Parents have access and they can come in and look at the students' work, comment on their students' work, give them a thumbs up, things of that sort. The teacher as well, the student can post to this digital portfolio, and then the teacher will comment on the work. The teacher can decide what items would be actually posted out into the public versus what would stay in. And when I say public, it's actually more aligned to the individual parents who would see their own students' work. So what I get some reports at the end of every week of how much activity has been going on Seesaw. And so if you're looking at approximately 45 K through 2 teachers using Seesaw, or the beginning of the year after we did the professional development, we'd get, maybe 50 new items one week, something like that. Because it was just, they were getting used to it and they were using it some, but it wasn't a key component to their curriculum. It was kind of an adjunct, it was a supplementary. Well, once we went remote learning, Seesaw became vital for their way of communicating with students, seeing the work, and the parents. And so this is 1 week's view of Seesaw, and this was the week before spring break. And so there were over 3,500 items posted by teachers on Seesaw in that 1 week's time. As well, we had 380 parents come and pay a visit and look at their child's work. Out of that, 1,400 likes, and then 1,700 comments from parents. So now these students get to see those comments, and the teacher as well. And that's just a great two-way communication, three-way communication happening with Seesaw. It's been a real excellent platform for us. So with technology, as you're well aware, basically all of the curriculum, everything is kind of moved into technology. We've been very busy, to say the least. And looking at specific things such as our distribution. So devices fail. We have some families that don't have devices in the home, especially in K through 5, or they only have maybe one device, yet there's a father and a mother and 3 kids, and they have 1 or 2 devices, and that just isn't really cutting it. So we started doing a Chromebook distribution, and we were very conscious of making sure that we were doing it. We've modeled it after the way that food service is distributing the lunches, because we basically wanted to be able to get these devices to the families, but at the same time take care of all the staff that was distributing them and the families that were picking them up. So in addition to Thomas and facilities crew cleaning the devices before we distributed them, then we would take them out to the roundabout or the pullout on Roberts Road and set them on a table after communicating with the families. Families came in a line, came out and picked up the Chromebooks and went on. We also were distributing hotspots as well. We distributed over 180 Chromebooks to families and 10 hotspots. And then we also set up another area for access, for wireless access, because not all families have internet in their home. And so that's what the hotspots are for. But if they are maybe in the mountains or someplace where a cell phone doesn't work, then a hotspot won't work either. So in that situation, if the family cannot get a wired internet connection into their home, they basically rely on another, how can we connect? And so we set up wireless access points both at Fisher in the parking lot out in front of Fisher, and then also in the parking lot out in front of Lexington. And so families could come in their car, drive up close to the building, get a wireless signal, and students on their Chromebooks would just automatically join, because the Chromebooks are oriented towards that network. And families, Matt Mulliken also set up a separate, what we call SSID, or you could say a separate network for that's open for families to be able to get on the network as well, thinking that probably a parent is driving a child there, and if the parent can get on the Wi-Fi in that location as well, it'd be more accommodating to everybody in the car, and being able to continue in that way. Okay, we also connected with over 170 families up through to spring break to have them to distribute these Chromebooks and devices. And our next distribution is coming this Monday. We're going to try to pare it down to about once a month of distribution, but this next Monday we'll be out there again distributing Chromebooks. So another shout out to my team. There's no way we could accomplish as much as we have thus far, but all of LGUSD is just phenomenal, and it's been very impressive. And it's great to be part of this team.
Okay, student
Do we have any,
services.
do we have any questions for Tim? I had one question, Tim, and I'm not sure whether it's for you or maybe Misty can address it. Are we tracking how many students are actually, I don't know whether it's logging in or checking in with their teachers, or some way of sort of virtual attendance, for lack of a better term, to make sure that our students are engaged, not just sort of because they don't have a Chromebook, but that they're actually engaging with our families. Because I've read that like LA Unified, either between a third and a half are never logging into their Zoom meetings or their classrooms.
I think Misty has a lot of information about that for you.
I do. I have numbers.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
So in student services, I think that the challenges are people's worlds have collided. Students often do school at school and home at home, and we have violated that expectation and trust and process for them. And there's been a lot of reaction and processing to that. So there's that component of it that we're going to talk about tonight. There's certainly compliance and timeline factors in student services around IEPs and 504 plans and building. If you remember, our special education staff works with multiple grade levels. So they serve anywhere between 3 and 5 grade levels. And as teachers are building their general education schedules, in a normal school year, the first few days of school, we don't serve students because we want them to connect and build community in their classrooms and support them in their mainstream programs. And so we're not, and we're building schedules so that when we're pulling kids and working with them in smaller groups or building their individualized programs, they're missing the least impactful thing we can try to help them miss. So we wanted to be very mindful about that. So we'll talk about that tonight. Communication with those families has been significant, making sure that families, not just with programs, but that they are connecting, like Dan was asking, and that they are completing work, not just showing up, but that they are participating in the academic process. And there's still a lot of things to look at. To Paul's point at the beginning of what school will look like, typically we run summer special education services that are going to be impacted in how we do that and how we're going to address those needs. And as we go through, I think that there are going to, I know that there are going to be significant mental health components that we're going to need to be aware of and continue to monitor as this goes on for a longer period of time. So Tim, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So student services plans, we have 270 students with active IEPs, and we have rewritten service plans for 262 of those in the time that we've been out of school. And no plan is the same, and no intervention that we're doing now is exactly the same. So there are a lot of individualized plans in that. In the mix of what's going on as teachers are building the program and the steps through these phases. Letters have been communicated to all parents, and those services include things moving into the specialized and related services. We're doing behavior consultation. We have individualized one-to-one connections happening for students. We have speech and language therapy. We have occupational therapy.
And remember, we're serving preschoolers 3 years old through 8th grade, which is an added component of 3-year-olds trying to do remote learning. So we're addressing that as well. This week, as we came back from spring break, we did for all families that have an IEP or a 504 plan, we did what we've termed safe, secure, and support check-ins. We know that students and their families need to feel physically and emotionally safe in order to access any learning that we're going to try to provide for them. So every family with a plan has been contacted through our student services assistant and myself with a form that they can request additional clarifications, supports that they need as a family, and our counseling and school psychologist staff are making individual appointments with them and team members that are appropriate to help support them. And then we've also had, since the very first week, I think the very first week that this all went live on our website, we have had a counseling connection access for students who can request a counseling connection, or a parent can request a counseling connection for their child. And the form is available and connected to various platforms, so students have access to that on the remote learning site, and some teachers have it posted in their Google Classroom headers. Parents are accessing that for our younger students. We've had kindergarten referrals. We've had 2nd grade referrals. So even if they're not filling the form out themselves, parents are reaching out for that counseling component. Conversations talk about kids are asking, how can I be less stressed about how to do school? I don't know how to do these new expectations. There's too much work. I'm worried about the future. How long is this going to last? I miss my friends. I'm feeling isolated. Technology boundaries are a big issue. We've had lots of conversations in the district around the concept of wait till 8 with the phone, setting boundaries around screen time. And now essentially we are creating a demand for an enormous amount of screen time. And kids are asking, how do I set boundaries? Which is some pretty impressive self-reflection. We're supporting family dynamics when everybody's home together. There's some sibling arguments that might be happening. You can maybe imagine. Kids are worried about their parents. We've had several students, and I would say the trend is often boys who are saying, how do I help my stressed out parents? That I know my mom's upset or my dad's worried. And so how can I help with that? Or how can I not add to that worry? And then we've had, unrelated to the virus or concerns about COVID-19 specifically, we do have family members who are ill or not feeling well, and the students are trying to navigate online learning pretty independently. We do have in our community a lot of healthcare workers who are on the front lines. And so those kids, their parents might be working 60 to 70 hours a week in a medical field, and they're watching younger brothers and sisters. So they're asking for some counseling support as well. We heard from parents that suddenly being a teacher was not necessarily the easiest thing that they have had to take on. So to support that capacity, this week we launched on the district website a behavior and learning site for parents to go to, where we're posting tips and tricks on how to tutor, teach, be your own at-home behaviorist, and implement some reinforcement systems and things like that has been posted for families this week. And then Dan, specifically to your question, the week before break, the middle school created a school-wide template so that we could monitor across courses the students who are logging in through their Zoom or Google Meet Hangouts, and compare that to the students who are completing work. So the feedback options are we haven't seen them, they haven't completed work, or they haven't done either. So we might have seen them, they might have logged on for that social connection, but they haven't done work, or they've done work, but I haven't seen them, or both, any combination of those. And so after spring break on Monday, we sent the same type of question out. You don't have to share 6 teachers to look at trends like at the middle school. So we sent that out to all of the elementary sites. And there's a very small number of students so elementary, I don't have the latest middle school numbers because they're updated. Kids are logging in, they're reaching out, they're getting kids connected. At the elementary school, we had 14 that have been reported by teachers all through K through 5, 14 students who hadn't connected or completed work that we were following up on. So overall, we have a very high participation rate, a very significant participation rate. And I think that the Seesaw numbers speak to that also, is that kids are completing those tasks as well. We will be holding CAT meetings, which are our intervention meetings for families and students as phase 3 continues and through the end of the year. Those meetings are really going to focus on intervention support for remote learning. How do we support the students in accessing, attending, and I don't mean attendance like logging on, but just being present. You find yourself when you're on a screen that things are happening around you and you're distracted. How do you monitor your own distraction and stay engaged? So we're going to be holding CAT meetings for support for families and teachers around those topics. We are putting on hold any brand new interventions because a significant intervention component is the rapport you have with the person who's helping you. And to build a brand new rapport over Zoom is difficult to do. And then next slide. Arcia, do you want to start and then I'll pick up? You want to say anything globally?
Yeah, sure. When we talk about challenges, this has been one of them. How do we assess students during this, remote learning environment? We fully understand that kids had, so to speak, had the rug pulled out from under them. This all shifted so quickly. So we did focus on social emotional first. And what we're trying to do is to create a balanced learning environment that recreates kind of what they would get as best as we can in the regular, if we were regularly at school. So we wanted to put the focus on engaging, learning for learning sake, and participation and social emotional well-being. And we're curating all sorts of things for the kids. And at the end of the day, we really want them to be able to take part in as much as their family situation will allow them to do.
We've done
Just
a lot.
one second. We've
Yeah.
got a Courtney fell off and she said she's unable to get on either computer or phone, gets an error code 2008. But I don't know whether Tim or someone can see if they can help her out.
If she calls that tech support number, that would be helpful. We'll try to contact her as well.
We're working on it right now.
Thank you.
Now, I do want to point out one other thing here, and thanks for giving me the chance. While some of our parents, for the reasons of maybe them having to work themselves or how challenging it is to teach a child or to facilitate learning for a child while you have your own job, want live classroom interaction for 7 hours a day. We know as educators, as professional educators, that that's not the best thing for our kids. And like Missy said, that balance of screen time and other activities is real. And we want to continue to foster that balanced approach for our kids. The middle school is going to go to a pass-fail. And essentially the elementary school is going to continue to give feedback. Feedback is part of the natural learning process. Give feedback on assignments turned in. And probably at the end of the year, write a narrative on how that student has progressed. Missy,
So-
anything else?
Yeah, I think that there are some pretty significant things that for our age group that we've really taken into consideration. We know from our work with kids, and it really is work with anybody, that to build new behaviors and new habits, that all of the research indicates that it takes just over 2 months to do that successfully. And if you were to talk to teachers about when they feel like they get their rhythm at the start of a new school year, it's late September. And we start, that's when things are really ticking along. And it's one of the reasons we don't have an October break for elementary school. It's uninterrupted, it's learning time, and your routines are established. By starting over in a completely different format, we're asking students to learn not just one new routine, like you're going to start exercising for 20 minutes a day and build that into your schedule. We're asking them to build multiple new routines on demand. And if your survival brain is in effect and you're responding to those triggers, your learning brain isn't activated. And so grading a student or measuring their learning is also measuring their reaction to the trauma and the feelings that they have about what's going on. We also know that, and today there was Tony Thurman's office is doing regular webinars with specialists around the state, and the focus today was on work that is coming out of the University of Southern California and child welfare guidance. So their feedback and the research that they are pointing to, and that has guided us in the past, is that grades are fleeting. An experience, a day in school, it's a report card that you get, that's a fleeting experience and it's impactful in that moment. But the mental health impacts of this is a defining event for these children. This will be, and for some of them, for kids in high school, they've had two pretty significant defining events. For seniors, my senior was born in 2001 with 9/11, and now he's not graduating because of COVID-19. So that impact, those factors will last weeks, months, and years, the mental health impact of that. And so the activities that teachers are doing, even though it's not always a lesson, doing a math lesson. When Diana Hill takes her class into the garden, tomorrow they have a virtual garden activity. When Stefan Joannides does a thank you slide about the community members that now are going into the lunches. When Mr. Ducker at Dave's Avenue does a virtual sing-along to get his kids involved. Those are the things that the kids are going to look back on in this experience as meaningful and connected and what they remember positively. It won't be that I got a B or an A or an F. Well, they might remember the F on an assignment, on my 4th week of virtual learning. So we've really tried to balance that and focus in on the mental health piece. So questions before I talk about staff support?
No, thank you. I think you touched on all the important ones to me.
Okay. So I think Diana spoke to it, maybe not as strongly as she could have spoken to that. I think that is that better?
Don't we need the next slide?
Oh yeah, next slide. Sorry, good point. One more even actually too. I think that she could have even emphasized more that the teachers, at this point through a process, teachers are in a grieving process themselves. They've lost to the end of the year with the students. They don't have that personal goodbye for how they end their year. They've lost that connection. They've lost their room, all of those things. And so we have worked really hard to identify ways to support them. Our counselors and school psychologists are hosting weekly Zoom chats with staff, and they're not mandatory. They're not a required schedule, but if you just feel like you need to connect or need some strategies, they're there. They'll hold individual meetings with staff. And then we launched, just before break, we launched a staff self-care website that's not public. That's just in the district for staff to access, to be able to look at mindfulness practices, ways to ground themselves, ways to focus on hope and positivity. Because if they're whole, our students will be more whole. If they're struggling, that's going to translate, the kids pick up on that. And so it will translate to kids. So we're really trying to focus there. And then that's beyond just the support services piece. Marla has things to share that we're doing in HR too.
Yeah, so again, just reiterating that this event impacts every single facet of what we do. And so many staff have reached out to us in human resources around health plan supports in terms of what kinds of employee assistant programs do we have within our health plan supports. So we have pushed out many of those things, and also just for mind, body, and soul. Virtual exercise classes, Tai Chi, still doing challenges for just their own health and mind. And as Misty said, it's so important because how they feel translates to how the students feel. So I think that the staff self-care is almost as important as anything that we do.
And next slide. I think that's our thank you slide.
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you very much. Were there any clarifying questions before we go for public comment?
I have a comment. I think that it's just amazing the rapidity and the maturity of everything that you folks have done based on our last staff meeting, which was or board meeting, which was a Thursday. By Friday, we had hit the ground running, and my hat's off to you. Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, it's Peter here. So, I mean, similar to John, I mean, I think it's amazing. The other, you know, I hate to use, you know, parent and community emails to the board as a barometer of how well something was done, but we've had essentially no emails really, you know, no, I think everybody, you know, it's a combination of things, right? Obviously the rollout I think was done well. You know, kids are getting up to speed. I mean, my own kids in the high school, I think things that they're keeping up. And then the fact that I think that, you know, folks in the community generally realize this is, you know, we're all in this together, right? No one aspect of society is going to come out of this completely unscathed, right? I mean, businesses are hurting, and, you know, parents with some jobs are hurting and all that too. So, but I think it's been great all around. I do have one question, Misty, though, right? So the only, I think possibly the only email I've seen sort of through board channels related to some concerns about special ed. And so I don't want to get into the details of that case, but I'm just kind of curious, what's your view on how that's going? Is it sort of onward and upward? I mean, there's lessons learned every day and it's getting better. Are there things that we can do as a board to support you, or are there initiatives that would need to be put in front of us for approval, scope or budget of things to try to make things better for kids and families with IEPs and all that type of stuff?
I think we're at a point that week before break started, there was a tremendous amount of communication that went out to families about those individual plans that were being built. There's been a lot of different analogies for this going on, but people talk about building the airplane while you're flying in the air, and that's definitely what was happening. And so building brand new schedules and connecting kids, we had to do a lot of work around notice and consent and opting in and out because of privacy issues on any platform. And just teleconference for counseling requires a different kind of notice rather than school-based person-to-person counseling. So those steps all had to be done first. And I do think it led to some, I don't even know if I call it frustration, but just angst. Like, how do I do this? How do I get all of this done with my kid at home? And how do I help them start successfully? I would say we've done a lot of check-in between that day 10 and now, and the feedback we're getting is more than 60% of the parents are saying, I don't even have questions, I'm good, I don't even need to talk to you. And there are about 40% that have questions, and they're mostly process, not concerns. Any parent who did express a concern before break has declined any kind of follow-up, like that they're good right now, they don't need to have a conversation with me or a team in general because they're working with their site support providers.
So
Um,
the email that Peter was alluding to, has that been resolved?
yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Misty. That's really helpful. I'm glad to hear that things are, I mean, have improved. And I like the building the airplane while you're flying it analogy. I get it.
Peter, your video is out. I'm not sure if you realize.
Michelle, I think we had
It
some
is. That's
public
because I'm kind
comment.
of roaming around.
Yes, there was one public comment. Alana Guion wrote, changing grading system to pass-fail is unacceptable. Is already seen at Fisher, where decision was made by the school without any consultation with the parents. Changing the grading system cause students to relax, stop investing, and doesn't motivate them at all to success and learn. Full quarter is wasted. Changing high school grades to the same system will have a more disastrous effect, as in addition, this will impact student ability to get into colleges. This will completely demotivate and destroy hardworking students trying to learn in those difficult times. This is not helping them. And that was the end of the comment.
All right, then there's no other public comment.
No
All
other
right, so we will close public comment and move on again for board, either further questions or comments, discussion. I mean, I would clarify, we are not in charge of the high school, their grading decision, at least as of this moment. They are still on a grading individuals. And I believe, correct me, Arcia, Misty, we are still grading the 4 classes that count for high school credit. So we, at least until they change, we're using that for those classes.
Correct.
Hey, Dan. I just wanted to mention, especially when the school closures were first announced, I just watched the Ed Services team, how they worked. And there's a couple of reasons why this has been able to come together. And one is the Ed Services team literally was like working till 2 a.m., to get this going. And collectively as a team, it just didn't, it didn't happen by accident. And then I think the teachers' involvement with ARCIA, grade level teams, the CIA being really effective, Tim's professional development in record numbers of teachers participating. It's just been a Herculean effort. And we have a lot more coming down. I think the one thing that we can say is we're good problem solvers, and we'll continue to adapt and improve and move forward. So it's just really appreciated, every single person that's contributed to the effort in Ed Services. And I'm very happy that Marla is sitting on this meeting. On my screen, she's in the upper row. I don't know where she is on your screen, but really appreciative of her going the extra mile when she's retired and basically coming back and working for the district and helping us out and helping her team out.
Well, from my standpoint, it was interesting. Our last board meeting, in the week before the closure, the days before closure, and we had a discussion of sort of knowing this was coming at some point, but really thinking, well, maybe it would be a 2-week closure or something, somewhere in the future. And specifically, having the discussion and comments around, if we closed, make sure we weren't just sort of resting on our laurels, and so that if it was longer than 2 weeks, we wouldn't have lost that time. I just, again, would compliment everyone, because it was amazing that it wasn't, moments of waiting around. Literally, the day the schools were first closed on Monday, there were chats, there were meetings set up. There was, an amazing amount of work had gone in from the moment the county superintendent and all the superintendents agreed to close the schools, to really amazing productivity. And kudos to the Ed Services team and every teacher and principal for really bringing everyone together. Really pretty amazing, the change and the speed of stepping up, and it's, people often compare to like private high schools or others where, or colleges where these kids have gone online pretty quickly. But it's a whole different ballgame for kindergartners, and Bellarmine does not have special ed students. They only have top students, so they don't face a lot of the challenges that our ed services, our resources teachers, every name and role has really adapted to. And so kudos to all of you.
I wanted to mention too that, when Diana said that LGUSD has never been stronger, that applies to the administrative team as well.
6 o'clock.
I think that you'll find that the elementary team of principals has never worked more closely together, or the admin team together. And in response to the early response, I remember a week before the school closures when Arcia sent out his email to the staff asking for each for 5 lessons. At the time, that kind of raised eyebrows, like, really? 5 lessons to upload. But looking back on it, wow, that was just a lot of good insight. But I wanted to stress that we'll continue moving forward, looking forward to our next step. So.
I would reiterate, and I think Tim and Arcia would agree, that we super appreciate the role that Marla has played in this. Let's just remember, she's retired. And she's been available to a fault. So we appreciate that.
Maybe that's a silver lining of Zoom. You just can't get away. So.
Hey, so I've got a quick question just about the Fisher pass-fail grade policy. I generally agree with it, and Misty, I think you captured it, my sentiment well. What was it? The grades are fleeting, but the experiences are lasting, right? So, especially given, it's middle school and all that, and this is a completely unusual circumstance. I'm generally supportive. I am curious though, Paul, you obviously would have discussed this with Matt prior to him pulling the trigger on this. Can you just say a few words about kind of what factored into the decision, and what kind of pros and cons were weighed before making the decision?
Well, this has been, it's not just a conversation here in our community, but really countywide and statewide. And so I've been participating in 2 calls a week with the other county superintendents, and a lot of information has been shared. And so every middle school in Santa Clara County is a pass, no pass, every single middle school. And the decision, a lot of that decision was influenced by the University of California and the Cal State system agreeing to accept no pass seniors. And so with the university efforts, that really helped alleviate a lot of the pressure. Our concern was equity, because not every home has a conducive online learning environment. And so that's where grades really can become an unequitable situation. But I wanted to mention that the Fisher staff are still encouraging and requiring students to complete work and to receive feedback. And so that's continuing on. But we are on the same page with all of the other schools in Santa Clara County. And I think pretty much statewide, that's been the direction. That was a recommendation from the Department of Education in Sacramento. And I think we've had a conversation with our fellow colleagues around the state and in other districts.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I didn't realize that all the middle schools in Santa Clara County were a pass-fail. I think the only one I remember reading about in the news was that at the high school level, Palo Alto went to pass-fail fairly quickly. But I didn't see a lot more detail about anything.
They went really quickly. In fact, I'd say, the vast majority of high schools are also pass, no pass now as well. And that's, I think for some a continued conversation, but I'm not aware of any middle schools that are still graded.
Yeah, okay. So according to the county, whatever superintendent, the decision has to be, it's a district-wide decision, so you can't have some schools one way or another. But on that same call or webinar they were talking, they mentioned, I think North Carolina made a decision to go pass, no pass as a whole state, and several states have actually made that decision to sort of make it fairer for all kids. That way, some who have grades aren't being, or some being penalized versus others who, have differences.
It's a complete equity issue. That's the driving reason behind that.
I think that this board meeting right now, I still haven't seen Courtney get back on. I think this is beyond the parts where I get passionate about the social emotional component of it. The equity is if a teacher's mandating a time online and that's part of your grade, and the student can't get on or gets kicked off and can't get back on, despite the fact that we have tech people trying to get her back on that students don't have. What value does that grade give? We're not judging the grade. We're not judging the learning. We're judging internet connectivity.
No, it's a perfect example of, we've got 3 professional tech people who are working right now and to reboot a computer remotely, and yet still having challenge getting back to the meeting. Michelle, I think Courtney actually texted in a comment.
She did.
Can I chime in on this one topic for just one more statement here? Learning, while I agree, equity issue, absolutely. Learning in an ideal world is beautiful in and of itself and shouldn't need grades to be a motivating factor. It's about effort and passion for what you want to learn about. And that's where I'll leave it. I almost wish we had never had grades before at all.
It's trying to get the kids motivated to learn and not earn a grade. And that's, we're in a society where we kind of look at grades and not what is learned. And we like to encourage motivation of learning for the love of learning and the knowledge gain, not just how we rank with other people.
Michelle, go ahead.
Can I read Courtney's comment or question rather? Her question is about how to possibly increase kids' time with teachers beyond 30 minutes 4 times per week plus office hours. I imagine there are big economies of scale at each grade level with many teachers contributing materials. They should all know how to use Zoom now, so that shouldn't be such a big time suck anymore. So I'd love to understand more about how teachers are spending their time and whether we have a plan to increase student-facing time. Sorry, I don't mean for this to be a criticism tone-wise. I'm mostly curious and hoping for more help for our students who may have only this small window for instruction.
Maybe Arcia, can you jump in there and maybe describe the phase 3 just a little bit more?
Yeah, we've thought about this deeply. And first of all, our teachers are working nearly day and night all through spring break, even though we asked them not to curate content and to create the learning. We made a decision as an administrative team, and I stand by it, and I will, that it's putting kids in front of a screen for much longer than what we're asking isn't the best thing for kids. We want to create a balanced learning environment in which you have some activities to do independently, you get some instruction, you get some interaction with your teacher, you do some other activities, art, music, PE, all these beautiful things that we have that makes Los Gatos such a wonderful place to educate a child are all still in place. We've ramped every area of that back up. And overall, our kids with our current plan for phase 3 are getting a very balanced experience. And I wouldn't want my children to be sitting behind a screen any more than what we're asking them to do. And that's where I would start with that conversation.
Misty, Would you mind, I don't think you need to show the sample schedules, but we looked at this carefully as an administrative team, exactly what we were asking students to do and how that equated into hours during the day. But as far as screen time and connections with teachers, just maybe from the big 20,000-foot view.
Sure. So we looked, am I off right? Okay. So we looked at what a normal school day would look like. So it's important to remember that a normal school day is not all teacher center of the stage, that there are a lot of other aspects to the school day. There's music classes, there's big buddies, little buddies, there's recess, there's music lessons, there's library, there's all of those other art, music that are the dynamic aspects of various schedules and interactions that kids have during the day. And so when we were looking between the platforms that they could get at their time and pace, what works with their schedule, really putting a high priority into that access, because they can do that even if it's 7 o'clock at night when mom comes home from work, or they can do that at 8 o'clock in the morning before, you know, something's going on. And then building in with the schedule tools that we have on the website, building in other aspects and activities for kids to do. So if you use all of those tools to the extent that you can, then the day is really pretty significant, equitable to what they were doing, or even in some cases, like you could build a kindergarten day that's more hours of structured activity than they would have if they were in school for the 3.5 hours a day, because the access to art, music, library time for an hour a day, you know, those kinds of components, and home schedules, and remembering that they need PE, and our PE staff has been tremendous. I don't know if you guys have had the opportunity to look at the website, but they're recording lessons and games and teaching soccer skills, and you know, they're putting that out there for kids to do. We've provided resources for things like Go Noodle, Mind Yeti for, you know, yoga and mindfulness activities for PE, dance breaks, movement activities that the kids use during the school day that they can carry over and use in the home. So you can create a schedule that has that teacher time, that direct time, uses the lessons to augment that time, to plan to make those office hours as user-friendly and as effective for each child as possible. And I will say that most of the teachers will have offered or will do additional time with students if there's the need for it. So if a student says, I really don't understand this, I still don't get it after office hours, teacher after teacher is setting up in more small group or individual sessions with kids. There is time for students to connect. I think just yesterday we had live music sing-alongs with all of the elementary music teachers. Mr. Clarno did a virtual choir performance that our students did. So they're getting additional specialist time. Mr. Me, the PE teacher for the elementary school, is going to do workout Wednesdays. So they're going to see more of their teacher faces in phase 3 for more of that contact and interaction. Does that answer it, Paul?
I want to chime in also more. I think what Missy's saying, which I totally agree, is you could easily make the case that our program, our remote program, is as much as possible as robust as our regular program. The rub here is, and this is when you talk about challenges, this is part of what it is, especially in the lower grades, it requires some sort of someone to help facilitate that. Like a kindergartner isn't going to be able to log in and follow along all the different things that we're offering, and that's the challenge, right? And putting kids live in front of a teacher all day isn't the best thing for them. And while it may be convenient for some families, or more convenient, it's not the best thing for the kid.
I might mention too that we are compiling a survey that's going to go out to the parents. And so that should be really interesting data, and we can share that at our next board meeting. and the parents will be able to weigh in on appropriate screen time and so forth. And that will be another good data point for us.
Michelle?
I'm receiving comments from Courtney, but I'm not totally clear yet if Arcia already addressed it. Misty and Arcia, you're assuming that parents can facilitate this and be there monitoring. There are many parents who are unable to help much between 9 and 5 p.m. For example, I am only able to really get my kids to do 1 hour of schoolwork per day. Without a stay-at-home parent, it's impossible to do it well. She thinks you're overstating what working parents can do.
I don't think that, I think that we're trying to do the opposite of that. So if we're not communicating that, that's good feedback, because I think that the pieces that we've tried to create make it so that it doesn't have to be bound by. So for just that reason, a parent who has a first grader cannot necessarily, that first grader is not independent to get in and log into Zoom for the most part. The first graders that we've heard back from can't do Zoom on their own. So if they have a working parent who's not available to be nearby and facilitating that interaction, we've tried to make the content more flexible in terms of accessibility and availability, so that it could be done later, it could be done at a different time, so that it could be turn on and go, like turn on and do something that they could do hopefully pretty independently without an interaction component if it starts to go wrong. Because if a student's on and they lose that connection or they can't see the teacher, we've had a couple kids who, when you screen share, I don't know if you've had the experience, but when you screen share, sometimes the faces disappear, and it's been very disconcerting for some of the little ones, like, but where did you go? You're not there. And if the parent's not there, or we've had some kindergartners and who disappear, and they're the parent, all good intentions, sets them up, walks away, to give that ability for the student to interact and be part of it without mom looking over their shoulder, and he hides under the table because he's getting a little silly, and the teacher can't get the parent, so the parents are staying close by for some supervision, and we recognize that they can't, that not all parents can do that. So we were trying to create access points with the remote learning website that didn't require someone sitting there during a very particular window when a teacher would be online.
It also circles back to the equity piece, right? It's right back to the grading discussion. How can we expect to grade everyone on things when it really depends on the availability of your parents in a lot of cases? The second part is the strong push for asynchronous videos versus live. We're asking our teachers to create asynchronous videos that can be accessed by families maybe after work, when the parent can pay more attention and help facilitate that learning. So that's why we've kind of actually pushed for more asynchronous than live interactions.
And that's
I think one of the issues that Courtney is sort of touching on, though, is not just the online aspect. It's for a lot of parents, even if there's offline activities, which was part of the early phases, and there's activities to do on their own, a lot of those still require parent guidance or input, even to here, sit down, do this. And I think that's what it's not just the online aspect, but especially for the younger kids, there's parent roles in almost every part of those, even if they're not doing schoolwork and you say it's doing puzzles or doing other stuff, it's often here, where's the puzzle? Here, I lay it out, here's the table. And that's difficult, to your point, Arcia, it's a huge equity issue. And it's a real challenge. And I think it's something clearly for the task force to also address and ponder, how do we, address those issues or try to provide supports going forward, whether it's now or later. That's a huge challenge as I foresee it. Any other comments or discussion? Otherwise, there's no action on this item, so we would move on if we're done.
I just want to
Michelle?
thank everybody for the feedback. It helps us as a team to continue working on our program and planning. And so thank you, everybody.
Courtney had one more comment. Building on Dan's point, that is exactly why I'm curious about more teacher-led time. And she's still writing.
I think this is the topic to keep getting further updates and discussion among our Ed Services team, is how do we, provide that.
It's not hard for a working parent to get their kid on Zoom with a teacher. What's hard is leading them through a lesson.
That is good feedback.
And I would say that it's not necessarily best for the kid to be sitting on Zoom versus working on something.
All right, thank you. We'll obviously be discussing this more and more. I think it is not resolved in any way, shape, or form, but thank you for everyone's hard effort in making the leaps we have in the past month. So no action for this item. It was information only. Moving on to item E1, the business services update.
Great, thank you. I guess coming on the tail of Ed Services and all the phenomenal work, I think my presentation in all of business services and maintenance and operations is that while we are building the plane as we're flying, I think we do have some a little bit of a roadmap of what some of these things might look like to us. I don't certainly know crystal ball, but I do think we had already developed a strategic plan and already had a good structure around maintenance and had a working budget that allows us to kind of take all of this information in and see how we can adjust to move forward. So what I want to do tonight is give you a little bit of information of kind of compiling information from different places like the Department of Finance, the Assessor's Office, FICMAD and school services, et cetera. Everybody has, an abundance of information. So I'm just trying to give you sort of a 10,000 foot overview. And then what I haven't done tonight is show the actual multi-year projections that we're looking at, but I have developed some of those. And I do anticipate that at the next meeting we have that we will go into those in depth. So I can give some kind of flavor of what's coming, and then we'll certainly start those conversations in the next few weeks. And if you can go the next slide. So where I started, and a lot of districts are looking kind of what happened over the past recession in our district, so that maybe we could see how that might impact us moving forward. And as a community funded district, the economic decline was certainly, really major from 2008 through 2010. And then there was still another couple of years that were very slow. We didn't see significant increases. There was still a lot of state money coming in, et cetera. And so what happened to us during that time was the community funded districts sort of had a slower downturn. And that's because the property tax, which is our primary funding source, is a little slower to respond to what's going on in the economic situation. It takes longer for the impact to be felt there. So we saw a decline in the property taxes at that time. And then after 2014, as things started to improve, there were significant increases every single year in the property taxes, some of which were catching up from the prior years, but a big change was that around 2014 was when the redevelopment agency funds got converted back to the district, and those were a couple $1 million a year that increased our overall property taxes. So there was a big change. Despite going down, there was a lot of new monies coming in between the federal stimulus money that came in at that time. There was increased property taxes, there was increase from the redevelopment agency funds. And then as the state started to recover in 2014, 2015, they were very conservative in their budgeting, and they were, because of that, every year had a surplus above what they budgeted and were giving those monies back as one-time discretionary funds. So we really saw some pretty major increases in revenue over the past, really, I'd say eight years. So, and then the one kind of really major shock to the system during that time was that in 2013, 2014, the state pension reform began, and they started implementing significant employer contributions in order to help stabilize that fund for the long term. If you can go the next slide, Tim. And right now, this changes daily, so these are maybe even a week old, some of these statistics, but what they're saying is that they have a required budget due date in May, and they will put a revised budget together at that time where they're estimating how much the taxes are going to change and how much the state income is going to change. They have projected that they will downward adjust the COLA. They projected that they will downward adjust all of next year's budget figures, and that they will basically wipe everything clean that maybe they had been proposing in the January budget. They're planning on taking all that off the table and just starting with, these are the things that absolutely need to be funded moving forward, and everything else is kind of on hold for right now. The positives is that there is a $20 billion rainy day fund that's been built up over the past probably 5-6 years. And they are looking at how they're going to continue to fund critical programs, including education, and if they can look for other sources of revenue. So the state did go for federal disaster aid. It was under the bill SB 117, and that does provide money to all the school districts across the state. For our district, that's going to be about $50,000 to use towards cleanup of the facilities, technology, distance learning, and food services. And then if you're providing medical care or things like that, you could also use those funds for those. But as part of that funding, the state had to guarantee that they would provide the average level of school funding to all the existing schools. So everybody is sort of held harmless if you are a state funded district. But even in that scenario, it would still be almost an 8% reduction in funding for all school districts for the upcoming school year. So most districts, 90% of the school districts are state funded, and so they're saying right now we have to anticipate having a minimum of an 8% reduction in our revenue for next year. And how are we going to address that moving forward? And then kind of what's going into these numbers that they're going to project in May is that there's going to be a huge decrease in the capital gains income. And I thought it was an interesting statistic that the capital gains, which is a huge portion of the state revenue, what the richest 1% of the Californians pay 50% of the state taxes in this capital gains formula. So it's a huge, huge shift. If the stock market's going down, it has a huge impact on the state revenue. And then the second biggest impact is the state sales tax. Sales tax is another big driver. The sales have basically gone, dropped in 50% in some industries, and that many are filing for state unemployment. At the time, they were saying that unemployment may exceed 10%. Now they're talking about even higher than that. And then the last thing that's kind of at the macro level is that both the pension funds for STRS and PERS have suffered huge losses, and that both funds have an ability to increase employer contributions in order to make up for those losses and to keep those funds stabilized. And while we had been ramping those up, we were all expecting them to sort of level out in the next year. But based on these losses, I think the governor will try to put funds in to stabilize this, or the legislature will try to help stabilize this. But technically, those funds could increase the employer contribution by an additional 1% plus per year ongoing. So the picture is difficult. Go to the next slide.
Oh, hey, Therese, I've got a question about the STRS and PERS stuff real quick. So the 1% increase, that's on top of the increases they've been projecting over the past few years, I'm assuming, is that correct?
So let's just use STRS right now. If we're at 18% contribution, they would be allowed to increase to 19% in year 1 and 20% in year 2, et cetera. So yes.
But I thought they were stepping up already, or has that whole step up
The step up was had already happened, and next year was the last year of that initial step up. And then they are allowed by statute to continue to increase beyond that.
Okay, yeah, I didn't realize that. And then also, just to clarify, like the CalPERS could seek employer reimbursement greater than 30%. What does that mean?
They could raise the employer contribution. Right now they're at, I think, 23%, and they could go as high. Some of the projections are saying they could require above 30% employer contribution.
So that would be much, much greater than just the 1% step. I mean,
yes.
I realize the 1% is STRS.
Yes.
Yeah, wow, that's amazing.
So the good news about those is that next week PERS is meeting to set their rates for next year. And there's a lot of talk about the legislature stepping in, even if PERS recommends some pretty significant increases, that they would try to delay that or put limitations on their ability to raise it.
And what's the approximate percentage of our staff that's under PERS versus STRS?
Oh, very small. It's a much smaller percentage. It's probably, in terms of our benefits, it's got to be less than 20%.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
Yeah. In terms of overall cost. Oh, can we go? Oh, this is the next slide. Okay, so what do we think? How is this going to really impact us as a district is where I was trying to start collecting some information. And the property tax values, the good news is that those are more stable over time than the state revenue is. And so that gives you a better kind of measure of what it's going to look like, and it gives you more of a ramp that that it takes longer for there to be changes in it. So what I did was look backwards at our history to really understand year by year what happened in 2008, each year moving forward. And so I believe that there will be some reductions in property taxes next year. I don't think that they're going to be significant because most of that tax base has already been established between July 1st of last year and today. So the places where I think there will be a big delta is in the business unsecured properties. That's where you see huge fluctuations year by year. And so that could have maybe a 0.5% impact on us as a district. The good news in this is that we were estimating 3.93% increase based on what the county assessor had been showing us. And I had been working in my projections at about 3.5% for next year and the year following, and then going back up to 5%. So I had already built in some significant reductions in our property tax. And I think that next year we're going to be close to the numbers that I've already projected. I think after that, I think that there's going to be some significant reductions that I have not built in to the into the projections yet. And so I just wanted to give you a basis of what that looks like. So if in 22-23 we were at 5% and that were to drop to 2%, that could be as big of as $1 million swing in that year. And so in looking at the revenue side, I think we've got some time to kind of look at how it's going to adjust. And I'm already doing some scenarios to show here's the sensitivity analysis of that. But overall, I do think that there will be a reduction in our property taxes that could run from, let's say, $500,000 over multiple years to upwards of, it could be well over $1 million of adjustment over the next few years. And so what are we doing in terms of revenue? Can we get additional revenue in? We're looking for other sources. So the first is we are getting the state funding from the SB 117. It's only about $50,000 for our district. We also, there's money coming from the federal stimulus care program, and that's going to be distributed according to the Title I formula, which would be about $100,000 for our district. And then we have also applied, that is the next item on our agenda tonight, we've applied for disaster relief through FEMA, and that will help cover any unreimbursed expenses that will be above the $50,000 that we're already receiving from the state. So there is some funding out there that we're looking for and that we can incorporate into our projections moving forward. The last
Michelle,
piece.
just a clarifying question on the property taxes.
Uh-huh.
So as of this moment, you're looking, when you say an impact, it's an impact on the projected growth. We haven't yet assumed actual negative reduction in total property taxes.
So I looked, that's where I went back and looked at the history. And as a district, we did have 1 year where we had negative secured property roll. And that was offset by redevelopment agency money and other monies, other areas in the property tax roll. And so my projections would be that we would not go negative. I think we could go to 0. So if I'm budgeting at 3.5% growth and we are flat, that's the delta that I'm talking about, that could be above $1 million delta in revenue in a single year. So
Of
I'm
course,
not
we also
projecting
didn't have
even
a
moving forward.
20% unemployment.
So we're looking, I did look at the numbers they're talking about this could compare to the Great Depression, and the numbers of unemployment at that time were around 25% over multiple years. And so I think that we have to project out, we do a 5+ year multi-year projection. And I think we've got to look at what the revenue impact could be within a band across that time. So I agree with you, Dan. We need to look at those things, but I think the point is that the first year is not going to be a drop off significantly. Those numbers are already set, and there's mechanisms in place to adjust those, but the adjustments come into the following year. So we have time to go through our projections and look at what are the possible revenue impacts and what are the expense impacts.
Yeah, and Therese, this is Peter, just to throw in a vote of support. I mean, I think today would not have been the right time to look at a full multi-year analysis, right? I think there's too much information developing. I mean, it would have been too much, maybe TMI for this particular meeting, but also too much, there's going to be breaking information, and certainly, I'm sure, changing in assumptions and details.
Yeah.
By the time we get to where we need to do the next
Yeah.
interim budget analysis, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why what's the most important is that we already had some of these measures starting to build in. So we can really look at what that impact's going to be and how we want to build this band of sensitivity into our projections. So I feel very confident that at the next meeting, we have some good information that we can really look at and digest and talk about how we want to move forward. So are there other questions on the revenue? I'm happy to stay on this slide for a second. Okay, Tim, can you go to the next slide? Okay. And so on the expense impact, I wanted to talk a little bit about what's happening in the current year. You know, our revenue, I guess our revenue has been primarily set this year. There isn't a huge impact in 1920. The Home and School Club shared that they had already done a large amount of their fundraising. LGEF had already met their objectives. And just to be clear, on the Home and School Club, those are really a bit of a wash to the district overall budget. They certainly have an impact to the sites and how many supplies and professional development and you know, numerous other things that they agree to with the Home and School Clubs. It'll have an impact on them if their fundraising goes down, but it really doesn't. It's a net to us because we take in the revenue and then the sites spend the revenue, so it's a wash to our overall financial picture. So I haven't really anticipated that that's going to be a big change in our picture, either on the revenue or the expense side. But there are some other things that, because we're sheltering in place, that I do think will save us some funds during the current year. So I wanted to give a highlight of some of those things. You know, certainly our supplies and our utilities and substitute teacher costs, and we had some, you know, administrative staff retirements, things like that. We do have some savings in our big operating buckets that I'm estimating this year could equal about $400,000. There's also the teachers generally would spend supply monies around this time of year. And I do think that there will be some savings there because the principals have said, you know, let's focus on the essential things. If you need some light supplies, etc., great. But if not, let's hold off because that gives a little bit more breathing room to the home and school clubs also. And then things like professional development and other contracted services. We have been paying for service contractors that are continuing to provide service to us, even if they've changed some of their methodology of providing service. But if they're not providing service to us, for example, to go to a field trip or something like that, or to come onto the site and do an assembly, what many have done is basically carried it forward to next year. So they put a deposit down to have the assembly come in the following year or something like that. So there are savings there. And then we have a large amount of money budgeted for curriculum that might, that they've definitely been working on, but I'm not sure if we will adopt that curriculum this year. So that fund will carry over into the next year. And then the last piece is on the expenses. We had already built in to all of our multi-year projections a 2% salary adjustment for all the staff, and we had built in an ongoing STRS and PERS adjustment, even though the state had started to make some contributions and maybe delay some of those adjustments. I was just concerned that those would continue to grow, and I wanted to make sure that we had those embedded in our multi-year projections. So we know where we stand on a lot of our expenses and how those might look moving forward. And so when we come back, you know, in the next month, we can make reasonable look at what those could look like in the future and have a real game plan on how financially we can make these things work moving forward. Let's go to the next slide. One back, go back one, back. Yeah, so here's my kind of 10,000 foot level recommendations is that because the elementary school enrollment has been stable and the middle school has been declining very slightly, we've really been focusing on how to maintain our programs, because we've talked in the past that you know, even as enrollment declines, you can't necessarily you know, pull kids from exactly the age group that you need to have a teacher, have one less teacher at the middle school, for example. So my recommendation is that we maintain current certificated staff positions, but we hold on any new positions. So if a teacher retires or leaves, we would fill those positions because that's part of our existing staffing positions. But any new positions, any additions, we would hold at least into the upcoming year. The second is that we do have a fund balance that is a strong built-in safety net for us. And I did go back to look at the history of our fund balance. And during the last downturn, you know, there were times where we were dipping into reserves, and I think we went as low probably as around 5% on our reserves. And while I'm not recommending that we dip into our reserves, I'm saying those are the most important things that can help us make and maintain programmatic decisions moving forward. I think that we come up with good estimates of what our property taxes are going to be and what our expenses are going to be, and that we hold on to our reserves to help us maintain if there are some bigger swings than we're anticipating. And I had already spoken to this about the current property tax projections, that there is going to be some significant reductions in my estimates for especially for the 22 and 23 school year. So if we could go to the next slide. So before I go into some other updates, I guess I just want to open up on the kind of the financial picture. Are there other questions on there?
Anyone have questions?
My only comment, based on what I've been listening to you and seeing on the slides, is that this whole thing is still developing. So we really don't know where we're going to be yet. We're still trying to position ourselves to be able to respond to every possibility that can occur.
Yes. And the way I would kind of piggyback off of that, John, is that I think because we had already developed a 5-year plan and had some good idea of where our discretionary and non-discretionary expenses and revenue are, I think it's easy for us to reproject and see where we're going to be over a period of time, and then make some decisions over the long term. I don't think in the short term, I think we have a good safety net and a good plan in the short term. And this is just looking at how long is this going to last and what decisions do we need to look at in the future years. That's where I think the conversation comes in May.
And then Therese, also just back to my comment about STRS and PERS, it sounds like that's likely not going to be what I'll call crippling. I was afraid it might be, but if STRS is going to be capped at a 1% jump, and PERS could be a lot worse, but is a small proportion of our overall staff or expense ratio. Again, it's not going to be like a 7-figure hit on anything or anything like that. Nothing major.
Well, the reason why I put it in there is because it could be crippling. But the way I think, because it could be crippling to everybody, I think the state in their budget planning and in the legislature is going to work very hard to make sure that that's addressed.
Yeah, okay, good to know. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions on that? So my last piece on the financial side is that I am planning on doing either a budget study session or at the next board meeting, or we haven't sort of mapped out the exact date and time of this, but where we could come in and kind of look at the assumptions before we go into the June budget approval process, so that we could really talk about how this might look and what assumptions are appropriate, so that it can really help guide us moving forward.
Michelle, you had something?
Yes, Courtney, sorry, sent a question. And I apologize. I have to, okay. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Is Paul considering changes to the strategic plan due to budget changes?
I think that everything's on the table, actually, but we need to let the economic dust settle first. But the plans are now to proceed with the strategic plan. As far as visionary things go, the expense part of it, we would wait to see where we ended up economically. If we remember back to last month's meeting, the next year's activities are mostly planning. There's not a lot of huge expenses for the strategic plan next year. So I think we're good to move, but long term, we're going to have to look at all of that and reassess.
And Courtney, what Paul and I looked at this week is that there are a number of items that timing wise, we're building out over multiple years. And so we can certainly look at how to have things that can move forward in the current projections that we already have, and which things can make sense moving forward and how to do that effectively. I do think that there is the strategic plan is still totally embedded in our budgetary process. We're trying to figure out how to prioritize all of that stuff and maintain our programs. Is there any other questions? So what I wanted to finalize on before I turn it over to Thomas is that my team is certainly back office and support, and that we recognize that this is crazy out there, and everybody has been frontline and doing amazing things. And my team really, likes things to be very stable and systematic. And I've had people that have been there for a long time. So changing this is just like a teacher having to get up and do a Zoom meeting. They are hesitant to learn how to do some of these things, but the team has been phenomenal. What we've been able to do in a very short period of time is move the lion's share of our forms and processes to electronic. And we've gotten all the admin assistants, we've gotten the administrators, everybody is submitting their forms by getting their reports in. They've learned how to sign electronically, pass it on to the next person, and have a workflow that kind of makes it simple and easy. And we even have my accounts payable person who is chomping at the bit to be back and having all the customer service, but she is definitely, helping people along the way to learn how to do some of this stuff and offer a lot of support behind the scenes. So they have been amazing. Facilities and maintenance has been amazing to help us get set up and thinking through how we can open up our doors in the future. And then the last place I wanted to highlight was child nutrition. And I'm going to show you the slides. If you could go to the next slide. Paul shared, can you go to the next slide, Tim? Paul shared these slides with the all staff meeting. And I have to tell you, I talk to Lupe almost every single day, but when I saw these slides up there, I started to tear up because these guys have really been frontline, not a complaint. They are a strong team. They all agreed that they wanted to work together. They wanted to come together. And some of her staff is scared to be out serving the meals. They didn't want to come out from the kitchen. So Lupe and Joe, who you're seeing in front of you, were the two who agreed. It's really important. The kids are great. I really want to do this. So they agreed they would be out there on the front lines and help kind of protect their team. And if you go to the next slide, their team's in the kitchen, and we had to set up the kitchen and the serving so that everybody could have social distancing. And what I learned from this group is how we might be able to come back together and work together in the same physical space, because these guys were scared to come back. They were scared to be working with each other. They were scared to have anybody come in from the outside and have the parents driving up. But they spread themselves out. They can talk and interact with each other. They have to have the nurse come and take their temperature every day and do a little health questionnaire to make sure that they're all safe. And they feel really good about all of that stuff. They feel good that they're offering service. They feel good that somebody's checking in to make sure that they're all safe. And they feel good about what they're doing with the families, because we do have about 150 to 200 meals every single day. We're giving out both breakfast and lunch. So the families we're actually giving out 400 meals a day. And And I think these people are pretty proud of what they're doing. So it's been really great.
Great
With
job.
that, I'm going to turn it over to Thomas.
Thank you. So I just wanted to piggyback on Teresa's a little bit, is that my custodial staff and my maintenance guys have been amazing. They have adapted to all this just seamlessly, it seemed like. I wanted to talk a little bit about the kitchen staff as well. And we are, as a custodial staff, we are cleaning that kitchen every day. After the kitchen staff serves their meals in the afternoon, the custodial staff comes in early the next morning, re-cleans the whole kitchen, wipes down all the tables and everything that the kitchen is used for that day, just to get it ready for the next day. So once again, I just want to thank them for doing, being seamless in this operation. If you could go to the next slide, please. Just one more. So this is just a quick overview of what they're doing for the last 2 weeks. For the week that the school closed down, we were actually at work that next week before we left, and they had cleaned and sanitized all rooms at all sites during the week of the 16th and the 20th. So that was every room in every site that we have, including the DO and some other places as well. And like it says, we're currently working with the food service staff on daily cleaning of the kitchen and the tables during the food distribution. One thing I'd like to mention is that the week that we were first closed down, the mowing and the maintaining of the ground site wasn't happening. What was happening is that we were doing site checks for security and just anything problems that might have arose during the time that we were off. And so now, as of Monday, we are back up to doing ground maintenance on a rotation basis with all the social distancing in place. So we're doing, like I said, in the grounds, we're doing daily checks of the site irrigation, so we don't have any water breaks or anything like that. And we are giving access to contractors when emergency repairs are needed. Not only giving access to contractors when emergency repairs, but we have things that we are mandated by state law for wheelchair ramps, elevators, and things like that to be checked that we don't have any way around. So we are giving access to contractors for those type of things. And Gina has done a real good job on the sidelines, kind of playing the puppet master with all this stuff and putting it all in place. One thing I'd like to mention is that one of my highlights, and I'm glad Paul didn't steal it from me, is that Ella Leonard reached out from the Fisher Science Department, and she mentioned that Fisher Science had a surplus of gloves. So working with her and getting into the science building at Fisher, we were able to donate 1,000 pairs of gloves to local hospitals. So we did that. I think on the next slide there are pictures of that as well. But so this is our other slide about closing down our playgrounds. And if you could go back one more slide, just back. Yeah, thank you. So another thing we did is that I worked with Nurse Sheila. So all my guys, anybody that works at a site is getting their temperature taken every day, just like the food service workers. So, they meet 30 minutes before the shift, meet with Nurse Sheila to get their temperature taken, just to make sure that everybody is coming to work and without any problems or issues, any medical issues. So during the week of the 6th, on the 4th and the 1st and the 2nd, the teachers had access to, we really had some teachers that wanted to get back in and get some materials, to continue the distance learning. So we put together a spreadsheet on the 1st and the 2nd for teachers to come access their rooms. So starting the last week, we re-cleaned those rooms. So that was done. And like I said, like Tim said, we worked with the tech staff and clean and sanitize 180 Chromebooks for distribution to students from all sites. So before the maintenance, the custodial staff would come in and clean the kitchen, they were coming in at 6 o'clock in the morning into the PDC at Fisher and wiping down Chromebooks for distribution for those days. So it's really been a group effort, and I'm very proud of the work that we've done, and my staff is just risen to the effort, and they're just risen to the task, and everybody's just showed so much support for what we've been doing. So if you can go to the next slide. So that's just a picture of the playgrounds that we closed down. Just showing that, you know, in the beginning of all this, there was a lot of people with the social distancing and shelter in place were accessing our tracks and our fields and things like that. And it just got to be the point where the social distancing guidelines were not happening. So we ended up having to chain most of our gates closed to not allow access to the fields, the basketball courts, or any of the playground equipment. So if you can go to the next slide, I have a couple more pictures that I wanted to share. So this is a picture of Vicente, one of our custodial staff. I believe he's in Mrs. Mercer's room. And the slide on the right is the 1,000 pairs of gloves that we donated to the local hospitals around town. The picture in the middle is a box of masks. The story on the masks is we donated Sheila had 900 masks available that we donated to local hospitals as well. And they went to El Camino Hospital, Good Samaritan, and the Rehabilitation Hospital across from Van Meter. So just a couple little pictures of highlighting the things that we've done that we should be proud of as a group.
I had one question, Tom. There was talk of before of replacing the HVAC systems that were failing, and that part of the challenges of doing them in classrooms. Is any of that's sort of relatively urgent? Can that be moved up, or now does it not matter over summer when no one's here?
I don't think any of it's relatively urgent, but it's going to be kind of nice to actually have I'm going to have about maybe a 3.5 or 4 month summer this year to get some projects done and really be able to get into the sites and do things that, we would normally be under time restraints. I mean, I already have a list of things on paper in the back of my mind of once this shelter in place gets lifted of things that I can do, with the construction being down as well. So the construction it's going to play a little bit part in that, but once we all get lifted, I'm ready to go.
Have we canceled, or is the rec department canceled their summer classes and camps?
I'm happy to speak to that. No, they have not made the ultimate decision to go online yet for their summer program, but they certainly have that as a backup plan. And they have their programs. They've launched already programs right now that are online, so they have a platform in order to be able to do that.
Does anyone have any other questions, or did we have any public comment? All right, I will close public comment. And again, if we had any discussions, or this item doesn't require any action. So if there's no other questions or comments from the board, we will move on.
Dan, can I make a comment before we move on?
Of course.
So just I think the case in point with the business services and Thomas's maintenance and operations crew, it takes a whole team to work together. And the teachers, if we start at our core base, those that are in the trenches, are working harder than they've ever worked before, considering our online tools and answering triple, quadruple, 10 times the amount of emails and so forth. And it really is the entire organization, including the business office, changing overnight their systems that they're working on, and our maintenance crew. And it's just really appreciated. It's been a case in point that we have to work together as a team, no matter what anybody's job is in the school district. So I just wanted to give a big thank you and the resilience for everybody.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you. All right, having no more comments, we will move on to E2, Resolution 8/1920, designation of application resolution for non-state agencies FEMA disaster relief. Is this you, Paul?
I'll speak to it. This is, I'm not gonna present the resolution in shared screen. It's a one-page to complete an application with FEMA, which is the Federal Disaster Relief, and their funding. The application is due tomorrow. It's a very quick and simple application, actually, but the funding is only in addition to any other funding, and it is for things that are just related to the disaster. So if you have normal things that you had budgeted that you would normally be doing as part of your regular course of activity, it's not eligible. So we are applying with the thought that we don't really know exactly what is coming our way and which things we're going to have to do, and we are eligible to complete our actual funding request as we go through this. We don't have to decide today exactly how much we're going to spend or exactly how much we think is going to be above and beyond what we're normally doing, because right now, frankly, we've been very conservative. We haven't spent hardly anything. We bought some hotspots and some computers in order to keep people afloat, but there hasn't been a huge amount of additional expenses. But over time, we don't know. So this is giving us the opportunity to be in the queue, and the government is doing expedited funding on this. So if we were eligible to go in, for example, and needed another 100 Chromebooks or something like that in order to continue with our remote learning program, I think that those are things we could apply for and get funding out of this. So it seems worthwhile to open that door and leave it open for us until we're able to really understand the magnitude of the costs. And what we're doing is just coding anything that is specifically towards this relief: supplies, masks. We had some extra time for the child nutrition workers, things like that. We coded all of that so that we could go back and collect all of that information moving forward. So this gives me the ability to file the application and go back to them over the next months to determine what our real expenses are.
If Newsom comes out and says, okay, school can start as long as you sterilize every classroom every day, that would be something that would be part of the.
Yes, that would be something that we would go and ask for and put into the queue. How easy this is, I've been on calls where people, for example, up in Butte where the fires were, things like that, how easy it is to go through some of this stuff, varies, but I do think it's worthwhile to keep our options open.
Is there any public comment on this?
Dan, can I make a comment on what Trace just spoke about?
I just wanted to make sure we didn't have any public comment, and then. All right, Tom.
No public comments have come in.
So John, Trace and I have already been talking about how that would kind of look. So, if we're just kind of thinking ahead to get ahead of the game, but if we do come back with some kind of structured, differently structured day to where how we could filter in cleaning in between the students coming like that. So it's on our minds, and we're thinking of processes just to get out ahead of the game.
Any other comments for board discussion? Otherwise, hearing none, I need a motion and to approve and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
All right, so we have John in the motion and Peter in second. Michelle, can you call the roll?
Trustee Neumer,
Aye.
Trustee Monk. I'm watching the Google form for Trustee Monk. Aye from Trustee Monk. Trustee Kunzman,
Aye.
Trustee Parsons,
Aye.
Trustee Snyder.
Aye. Sorry, I was talking to nothing. So motion is carried. Trace can fill out the form in the application. Moving on to board items, any board comments or subcommittee reports? We can start with Peter.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a lot to report. I've been sheltering at home for the past month, essentially since the last meeting. No, just, I mean, reiterating things that Paul has said and that I think we've all said throughout the comments. I mean, it's been an incredibly challenging time. It's been really great to see the entire LGUSD team, top to bottom, rise to the challenge. Very, very, very much appreciative of this. You know, being in the position that we're in as board members, you know, if things don't go well, we could be on the hot seat, right, and facing a lot of public comment and criticism. And I think at least so far we've seen none of that. And very, very much appreciative to everybody for that. I'm glad we're able to pick up and continue the mission of the district, you know, through this challenging time. So thank you, everybody. Paul, district staff, principals, teachers, facility staff, janitors, everything.
John?
Well, I would ditto Peter's comments. We started this thing right out of the chute, right after the last board meeting. I know we canceled a number of meetings. I've participated or listened in on the biweekly county Board of Education calls or board county updates, and been through the drive-in line at the district office a few times with the grandkids. I did take part in a Zoom Home and School Club meeting for Lexington, and that was quite interesting. I just echo what Peter said. Everybody has responded more than in an excellent manner, and I'm just overwhelmed in the appreciativeness of what all the staff, administrators, and everybody else has done. Gracias.
I guess I'd call on Courtney, but she can submit a comment if she wants to. And while she's typing that, Stephen, you can go ahead.
And, you know, like everybody else, we really appreciate all the hard work that everyone has done. And Paul, especially for overseeing the whole business. And so let's keep at it. And well, it's all good.
I know I can speak to, you know, the same thing. It's basically sort of all the interaction with the schools and the sites has basically been put on hold. I know I've been part of those county education updates and also the county Department of Health updates, which are sometimes interesting to hear Dr. Cody speak about sort of progression and what activities have to be done. I think theoretically we have a FAC meeting coming up. I don't know what form that'll happen or whether we cancel that. So, but other subcommittees have been on hold for the most part. So I think this will be a challenge for particularly the FAC, the communications part, the long-term planning, you know, all the stuff that was being thought of are really going to have a whole new set of goals and factors and outcomes that luckily we have some amazing people who help out there. So it's we shall see. Go ahead, Michelle.
Trustee Monk has nothing to report either.
Okay.
With everything being closed.
I just texted Courtney and asked if she'd like to speak on a speakerphone, but she said that she just echoes the other sentiment and lots of work ahead for us. So just wanted to add that from Courtney.
So I know I'm not going to go over the next meetings, May and June. we are going to close or adjourn for closed session. I think, as Tim has said, and Tim probably should unmute, we are concerned about, since Courtney had trouble getting back on, whether if we actually exit this meeting, whether we can come back. So we will adjourn because we have a closed session. And so I'm telling the public that. And this meeting, the intent is to come back to this meeting after a closed session to report out if any action is taken or not. I don't think we as board members can leave this meeting. Tim, maybe you can speak to that.
I believe the board members would have to leave with the exception of you, Dan, because you can only be in one Zoom meeting at a time, and you're going to be able to leave, use a second computer to join the closed session. So you would keep yours open, and the other board members would leave this session, join the closed session. They probably would not be able to join back in, but you could come back to report out.
Okay. So thank you all, and appreciate the public watching this and everyone's feedback and the comments that were submitted. Congratulations, Tim and the tech crew, for actually, I thought, a pretty well-run meeting, and that it was even able to like start in one computer and switch to a different one. So we will, I will stay on this and log in through a different ID, and we'll go to closed session. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yes? All right, Tim, am I live? All right, we've reported our.
Hi, Dan. I have to tell tech. They don't know.
Oh, to start
Take-
this.
We know, we're good.
Oh, you're good? Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right there. Hello. Oh, yeah. You've been watching. Mhm. 8:07.
All right, the board adjourned closed session and there is nothing to report out. Thank you, everyone who is still waiting to hear from us. We appreciate, again, everything you've done, and just want to thank the community for their continued support, and the board members and our tech team for working late into the night to make this meeting work and for everyone to be able to view it. So, meeting adjourned.